Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the third day of sessions of the United Nations Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum, and a very warm welcome to the session Policy Developments in Japan and Their Impact on Asia. My name is Livio Sarandrea, and I am the Global Advisor on Business and Human Rights for UNDP. I'm very happy to see here a large presence of Japanese actors, as well as I recognized many delegations that I met during the first 2 days of the forum. I do see delegations, recognized delegations from Nepal, from Lao PDR, from India, Indonesia, Malaysia. I've seen colleagues from Maldives, Vietnam, Pakistan. So I hope this will be a very good opportunity for representatives of other states in Asia to know more about the policy developments happening in Japan. We don't often organize sessions or forums with specific country focus. Normally we organize sessions that are more thematic in nature. However, the recent positive policy developments in Japan deserve, in our opinion, dedicated attention for the impact that they will have, obviously, in Japan, but the ripples that they will send also around across supply chains in Asia and, in fact, much beyond Asia. The adoption of the guidelines on respect for human rights in responsible supply chains, of which we'll hear a lot more today, send a very powerful message to companies, to the suppliers of these companies, to their partners, calling for business operations to respect people and the planet at all times. These guidelines reaffirm and strengthen, in fact, the commitment which the government of Japan had already taken on the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights by adopting a national action plan in 2020. We discussed a lot during the first 2 days of deliberations of these forums around normative developments, be it of soft or harder nature, the discussions around mandatory human rights due diligence in the EU. It was a very frequent subject that occurred in many of the sections. With the adoption of these guidelines of Japanese policies on responsible business practices, Japan is now much more aligned with other large economies that have taken action on adopting policies on responsible business practices, and many more of these policies are, as we all know, coming up. Importantly, this is very important to say in this context, in this very building, of course, the House of the Secretariat of the United Nations, with these steps, the government of Japan also reaffirms its pledge to support sustainable development, because by far preventing and addressing adverse impacts across business activities and value chain is the most significant contribution that companies can make toward the achievements of the target of the 2030 agenda. And in that sense, the government of Japan signals and expectations that companies do play their role. Now, of this and other issues, I'm honored to be able to speak today with an exceptional panel of experts and analysts and practitioners on business and human rights, which I would like to introduce one by one first, and then I will give the floor to each of them to make some remarks or to respond to some questions. So in doing these introductions, let me start with our guest of honor today. In fact, guest of honor for the entire forum, I should say. We are honored by the presence of Mr. Gen Nakatani, who is Special Advisor to Prime Minister of Japan for International Human Rights. Sincere thanks, Mr. Nakatani, for taking the time to join us in person at the forum. It's really, really appreciated. I will give you the floor in a moment for your important keynote reflections that will kick us off. And your kickoff, your keynote reflection will be followed by a panel discussion, which will include, and here I'm introducing the other experts who joined us today, Mr. Hiroki Matsui on the right side, who is Senior Coordinator of Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs Division of the Foreign Policy Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Japan. Thank you, Mr. Hiroki, for joining us. Also on my right side, Professor Anita Ramasastry, Henry M. Jackson Professor of Law, University of Washington School of Law, but also very well known to most of us, well known worldwide also as a former member, as a member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights until very recently. It's always a pleasure, Professor Ramasastry, to have you with us. And then I'd like to introduce on the left side at the end, Ms. Runvari Suwanmongonkol, Secretary General of the Securities and Exchange Commission of the Royal Thai Government. Thank you, Runvari, for being with us. And then a representative from the business sector, from the largest business association of Japan, which is Keidanren. Mr. Masayo Seki is joining us, and Masao Seki is the chair of the task force on Keidanren's Charter of Corporate Behavior, and is also a senior advisor of the Sustainability Department of Sompo Japan Insurance, Inc. Thank you, Mr. Masao Seki, for joining us. Last but not least, on my left side here, Dr. Dina Prapto Raraja, who is a senior policy advisor of the Foundation for International Human Rights Reporting Standards, but also previously a representative for the government of Indonesia at the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. So with no further ado, let's get to the substance of our discussion. And in that regard, I kindly ask Mr. Gen Nakatani to take the floor from the podium and offer to us some keynote remarks. Please, Mr. Nakatani.
Good morning. I am Gen Nakatani from Government of Japan. Please listen to my voice through your receiver interpreter, English one. ご出席の皆様、日本政府で国際人権問題担当総理補佐官を務めております、中谷元でございます。私のポストは、人権をはじめとする普遍的価値を守り抜くということを重視をしております、岸田内閣の下で、昨年末に初めて設置をされました。今回、UNDP が主催するイベントで、この日本の取り組みを紹介する機会を得たということを大変光栄に存じております。人権や自由、民主主義、法の支配といった普遍的価値はいかなる国でも尊重されるべきものであり、人権擁護はすべての国の基本的な責務です。一方で、人権状況の改善は一朝一夕になし得るものではありません。日本は深刻な人権侵害に対してはっきり声を上げる、しっかりと声を上げる。一方で、各国の歴史的な経緯を尊重し、二国間対話を通じて、相手方の意見に耳を傾け、協力を積み重ねることで、各国の自主的な取り組みを後押ししてまいりました。日本は国連をはじめとする多国間での取り組み、また二国間でのさまざまな協力を通じまして、アジア太平洋地域および国際社会の人権の状況の改善に引き続き 貢献をしていく決意でございます。本セッションを主催する UNDP と日本政府は、互いに重要なパートナーとして、開発現場でのプロジェクト実施や政策提言、さらに日本政府主導のアフリカ開発会議 TIGAD をはじめとするさまざまな国際会議の開催など、さまざまに共同いたしております。この場を借りまして、長年にわたります UNDP のご協力に心から感謝を表します。特に開発途上国における人権状況を改善していくためには、その国の経済状況を考慮した取り組みが必要であります。サプライチェーンが世界中に複雑に展開をされ、あらゆる場面で人権尊重への取り組みが一層求められている中で、企業の社会的責任の議論と合わせ、企業活動における人権尊重の取り組みが求められております。国連人権理事会で支持されたビジネスと人権に関する指導原則に基づき、すでに20カ国以上が国別行動計画を策定をいたしております。特に欧米では、法規制によって企業に人権尊重を義務付ける動きも活発化しております。こうした背景を踏まえて、日本政府は国連のビジネスと人権に関する指導原則を着実に履行すべく、2020年にビジネスと人権に関する行動計画を策定しました。そして、同計画に基づく取り組みを一層加速するために、2021年12月には、私のもとに省庁横断的な会議を立ち上げ、関係省庁間の連携を深めております。この会議では、行動計画のフォローアップのための作業方法の検討、企業における人権デューデリデンスの導入、国際的な動向および日本企業の取り組みの状況などについて意見交換を行っております。さらに、関係府省庁と企業や労働組合、NGO、アカデミア等のステークホルダーとの対話の場も設定し、政府における行動計画の実施状況の確認や見直し、広くビジネスと人権に関する取り組み全般にかかる意見交換も行っております。ステークホルダーの協力を得た取り組みの成果の一つが、9月13日に政府として策定をした責任あるサプライチェーン等における人権尊重のためのガイドラインです。このガイドラインは、その策定を望む企業の声、また政府が企業による人権尊重の取り組みを促すために、イニシアティブを取るよう期待するステークホルダーの声を受け、本年3月に立ち上げられた検討会で継続的に議論を行ってまいりました。検討会は、学術経験者、国際機関、主要団体、労働者団体、業界団体、関連 NGO 等の幅広いメンバーで構成をされて、5回にわたる議論を行いました。このガイドラインは、1、国連の指導原則、OECD、多国籍企業行動指針、ILO、多国籍企業及び社会政策にかかる原則の三者宣言といった権威ある国際スタンダードによりまして、また2、国際尊重に関する具体的な取り組み方法がわからないという企業に 答えたものであります。ガイドラインのポイントは次のとおりです。まず、人権尊重の取り組みについては、企業活動における人権の負の影響の防止、軽減、救済を目的とすべきことを明記をし、そうした取り組みが持続可能な経済、社会の実現に寄与すること、そして企業にとっては企業価値の向上がつながることなどを説明をし、企業に積極的な取り組みを促しております。また、ガイドラインは法的拘束力を有するものではないものの、企業の規模、業種等にかかわらず、日本で事業活動を行うすべての企業に対して、人権尊重の取り組みに最大限努めるということを明記をいたしております。さらに、ガイドラインにおいて、各企業は、自社グループ会社はもちろん、サプライチェーン上の企業やその他のビジネス上の取引先についても、人権デューデリデンスの対象とすべきことであるということを示しました。もちろん、間接の取引先も人権デューデリデンスの対象に含まれております。日本政府は、企業が積極的に人権尊重に取り組めるように、情報の提供、助言を行っていくということにしております。また、ガイドラインの策定と合わせて、企業が公平な競争条件の下で活動できるような予見性の高い事業環境を整備するために、各国との連携を深めております。国家として、人権尊重の取り組みを率先垂範するために、政府としましても、政府調達における人権尊重の仕組みづくりを検討する目的で、私のもとに関係省庁によるワーキンググループ、これを設置をしまして、議論を開始をするということにいたしました。日本政府は、すでに国際社会においても責任ある企業行動の促進支援を進めております。例えば、今年3月から来年3月まで UNDP を含む国際機関と連携をし、東南アジアを中心に日本企業が多く進出をしております17カ国において、人権リスクに関する調査、人権デューデリデンスの導入を促進するためのツールやガイダンスを提供しているほか、これらの各国によるビジネスと人権に関する行動計画の策定を支援をしております。ガイドラインが策定をされました今、さらにこのガイドラインの普及を通じまして、ASEAN をはじめとした海外における日本企業の事業活動、また日本企業と取引関係にある現地企業による人権デューデリデンスの普及促進をますます加速をさせたいと思っております。この後のパネルディスカッションにおきまして、日本のビジネスと人権に関する施策、政策の発展とアジアにおける影響、これをテーマに議論をされます。日本のガイドライン策定はまさに日本の政策の大きな進展です。ビジネスと人権の考え方の浸透や人権デューデリデンスの導入に関する日本の取り組みにつきまして、理解を深めていただきますことによりまして、海外での日本企業のビジネス展開がどのように変化をし、それが各国の社会、ビジネス、経済にどのような恩恵をもたらすのかということに思いを巡らしていくきっかけとなってくれれば幸いでございます。今後ともご要望がありましたら、行動計画、そしてガイドラインの策定につきまして、我が国の経験を共有するなどいたしまして、皆様方の取り組みをさらに支援してまいりたいと考えております。ご清聴どうもありがとうございました。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nakatani. Thank you for these very inspiring remarks. Thank you in particular for signaling the complementarity of actions of the government of Japan in adopting standards, in giving guidelines to businesses and indeed their suppliers and partners, but at the same time pairing that with those capacity building actions that are needed to transform that guidance into actual impact. And thank you for the very several references to UNDP. We are honored to have been chosen by the government of Japan to deliver trainings on human rights due diligence, as you said, in 17 countries. We are honored to be able to contribute to that effort, again, to pair capacity building solutions to the introduction of the guidelines and together translate that into impact. Now, these appetizers, so to speak, that as I would call it, on Nakatani-san on the guidelines, this initial introduction that you had given us, I'm sure made the participants here and indeed online. By the way, I'm told that we have almost 200 people also following us online. I'm sure that the participants would now be hungry for more details on the guidelines, on the content of the guidelines. So to get more details, I'm turning now to the first of our speakers in the panel, representatives again from the government of Japan, in this case from Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Matsui. Thank you very much for joining us. Matsui-san, the adoption of the guidelines from the government of Japan, as we have just heard from Mr. Nakatani, do represent a very significant milestone in the direction of achieving more responsible supply chains in Asia, and in fact, beyond. Would you like to illustrate briefly the guidelines? I haven't read the final ones because they're not translated in English, but I've read the last draft, which I'm told is not very different from the final one. The guidelines are quite detailed, and probably there's no time to go into all the details, but it would be very useful if you can illustrate the key highlights of the guidelines and perhaps tell us a little bit more of how the guidelines build and evolve somehow from the work that the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan started when there was an adoption of the National Action Plan on business and human rights. So the floor is yours, Mr. Matsui. Thank you.
Thank you, Livio-san. So on behalf of the government of Japan, I would like to really appreciate, thank you for giving us to explain our newly established guideline. Just this guideline was only adopted last week. So now we are promoting, drafting the English version. So you may have in due course, but the essence, actually, I would like to contribute to today's panel discussion by providing further background of Japan's recent measures on business and human rights. Japan developed its NAP in October 2020. The background of formulating the NAP by Japan is as stated in the statement by Mr. Nakatani, Special Advisor to the Prime Minister. The copies of the NAP will be available actually in the foyer, the backside of this room, so you may be referred to it if interested. In the NAP, in line with the guidelines principles on business and human rights of the United Nations, the government expresses its expectation toward business enterprises to introduce the process of human rights due diligence and to engage in dialogue with stakeholders, including those in the supply chains. In my opinion, that NAP may have brought a change to the pattern of behavior of both Japanese government and business enterprises. Many Japanese, including me, actually, as government officials, like myself, recognize the importance of respecting human rights, but do not know what exactly we should do and to what extent. So in particular, we are easily at a loss to decide when we are told you don't have to aim for perfection from the beginning, but just prioritize where we can do it first. Or you can think about it while continuing dialogue with your stakeholders, which is very new kind of a style for the Japanese people, if I may say. So in fact, as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, it's very famous, METI, so jointly conducted a survey from September to October last year among companies listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange. Actually, 55% of respondents wanted guidelines to be developed that would point out what to do. In response to this, the government began its work in March this year, actually, for establishing the guidelines of respecting human rights in responsible supply chains, which was adopted last week at the meeting of the relevant government ministries, which was held under the auspice of Mr. Nakatani. So I would like to briefly introduce you the key points of the guidelines once again. So first, I think the next slide, please. Yes, the objective of the guidelines is to provide concrete and easy to understand explanation of the measures requested to the business enterprises for respecting human rights, based on the international standards such as the UN guideline principles, the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, and the tri-party declaration of principles concerning multilateral enterprises and social policy, or MNE declaration of ILO. So taking the reality of business enterprises operating in Japan into consideration. So this helps business enterprises deepen their understandings and promotes efforts for respecting human rights. With regard to the scope, the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. With regard to the scope of the business enterprises, this guideline covers all companies engaging in business activities in Japan, regardless of size or sector. Individual companies are advised to expand its efforts not only to their own, but also group companies, suppliers, companies in their own supply chains, and other business partners in Japan and abroad. So this is not limited to their direct business partners. And the next is the scope of human rights. As for the scope of human rights in the guideline, the human rights to be respected by business enterprises are defined as internationally recognized human rights, and especially include at a minimum those expressed in the International Bill of Human Rights and the principles relating to the fundamental rights listed in the ILO Declaration and fundamental principles and principles and rights at work. As shown in this slide, at taking measures for respecting human rights, commitments at management level is extremely important. And it should be noted that the potential adverse impacts exist in any business enterprises. Dialogue with stakeholders and approach based on priorities and collaboration with other business enterprises are all important. So it is easy to talk, I guess, but difficult to understand what we should actually implement with all this. In fact, during the discussion for formulating the guideline in Japan, so many comments were proposed. If we require business enterprises to introduce due diligence, they might be criticized by civil society for not doing enough. Or the state, instead of companies, should assess country or industrial sector risks. It is not my role today to provide answers to these arguments, so I will not respond, But I would like to just point out what I think is important. It is that, for example, referring to the OECD due diligence guidance for responsible business conduct, each business enterprise bears responsibility to identify and address adverse impacts, and they will not be exempt from this responsibility per se, regardless of the nature and extent of the efforts for promoting the due diligence by them. Rather, the fact that the government expects business enterprises to implement due diligence should not be regarded as the government shifts the responsibility to business enterprises, nor do any business enterprises shift the responsibility to other enterprises in the chain of the business relationship that are directly linked to the adverse impact. Information on adverse impacts may be obtained from a variety of sources, including governments, international organizations, civil society, workers, employers, media, and academia. So I would like to say that the process of scoping and identifying adverse impacts are the shared responsibility among society as a whole. So to continue such efforts based on the constant exchange of opinions and information is so difficult that it forces Japanese to change the way of behavior. So this is actually, this is kind of my personal impression on the process of making this guidelines. So finally, I would like to introduce my personal views on the possible impacts of Japan as requested policy on business and human rights to international community, including Asia. So first, yes, this is the last slide of mine. The first, as Minister Nakatani stated, the government of Japan will support Asian countries through seminars on implementation or the formulation of due diligence by utilizing our own experience and knowledge. This may lead to raise awareness on the implementation of human rights due diligence in this region. This will enhance efforts by Asian countries for business and human rights. As a result, I believe the human rights situation across this region will be improved in a way that is appropriate to the culture or history and economic situation of each country. Second, through the implementation of this guideline, the government hopes that Japanese business enterprises deepen their understandings of business and human rights and further introduce the process of human rights due diligence. So we hope this entails that the human rights due diligence will be carried out by subsidiaries and business partners of Japanese companies in Asian countries, where many Japanese business enterprises are active here. So this may bring Asian countries a chance to promote sustainable and responsible corporate activities. So in turn, this region as a whole will be recognized as a trusted trading partner in global economy with international competitiveness. So I will leave here and kick off the discussion by saying this. Thank you.
Thank you, Matsui-san. Thank you, and what a good kickoff to the discussion indeed. Thank you for clear illustration of the highlights of the guidelines. I think your message was also clear and important on the fact that those guidelines apply to all companies, irrespective of their size. The message was clear on these guidelines applying across supply chains, which makes it so important then as a message to be delivered here today. thank you for putting the accent on another thing which was debated already and raised in a number of times, including in sessions in this forum on day 1 and 2, the importance of the commitment and I should say responsibility of the senior management, the importance of the leadership of the companies playing an important role. Here again, I see a strong alignment also with the upcoming norms from the EU, which also places a strong accent on the responsibility of the leadership. And of course, thank you for talking about the criticality of stakeholders' engagement, without which human rights due diligence cannot take place. Lastly, one more thing I want to single out because I think is important and is a message that I hope, especially the governments, some of which again I see represented here today, listen to, is the idea of, you say, don't aim for perfections, which is what we also sometimes say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I know that some governments, considering National Action Plan on Basic Human Rights, are worried of trying to find that final formula, the final text that encompasses it all. And it's very difficult to find. Prioritization is important. The NAPs are, as the working group already said many times, documents that are there to be continually revised. So that I think was an important message. Now, with this great introduction from Matsue, I would like now to turn to Professor Ramasastry. Anita, I know you've been a very close observer of the policy developments in Japan. In fact, you've been advising some of this processes as well, from the adoption of the NAP to the recent launching of these guidelines. Now, how do you see these important additional directions that the government of Japan is offering, when combined, what I was making reference to earlier, combined with mandatory requirements, coming from a number of EU member states, upcoming from EU as a whole, other norms that we see adopted in the US. Now, all these new norms of soft and harder nature, so how do you see this impacting the work of not only Japanese companies, but also the one of thousands of suppliers of these companies and partners here in Asia? Anita, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you so much. I want to thank you, Livio, UNDP, the UN Working Group, and the organizers for the invitation to come back. It's wonderful to be here with so many colleagues. And Mr. Nakatani, congratulations to the government of Japan, but also to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to METI for this strong commitment that you are sharing with us today. It's very important. So let me reflect, and again, some of you may wonder, although I think Livio explained, why is an American law professor speaking about developments in Japan and Asia? As a law professor on the west coast of the US in Seattle, I've had the great honor over decades of my career to work very actively in Japan on issues of responsible business. And I had the good fortune and privilege to work along with my colleague, Professor Surya Dev, when we were on the working group with Japan on its journey for 6 years with the National Action Plan first, and more recently the guidelines, and will continue as an academic to work with Japanese colleagues. But let me just say that there are challenges. So we first have to say, the UN Working Group called this next decade of the guiding principles the decade of action. And so these commitments, I think, are part of that decade of action. And we need leadership from the top, as well as civil society, reflecting not from the bottom, but reflecting actually from real experience what we need. So we need everybody, and we need governments. So Japan is significant, of course, because it is a significant leader economically and politically in Asia, but it is also a member of the G7, and we cannot underestimate the power of the G7, which cuts across global geographies. And of course, Japan is a member of the OECD and has strong ties and relationships in the ASEAN partnership as well. So all of this means that Japan should, and I hope will, continue to lead. This is my first message. But now to the challenges, and this is, I think, what we all have to deal with. The UN Guiding Principles gives us a common language. After a decade, business, government, and civil society now have some words and ideas that they can all use to talk about this. Local context is important, But we should always try to use that same language and to ensure at least a minimum level of consistency in what we do. So it is very important as these different efforts, the treaty discussion, mandatory due diligence in the European Union, forced labor rules in the US and other countries, that we don't have so many different frameworks that we lose the common language. This is my key message, and it's my message that I give to governments very often. So we have challenges, and I would say Japan can lead as when it chairs the G7, because right now we have a strong commitment from the G7 governments, the trade ministers, the labor ministers, even finance, to dealing with supply chains. But the commitments are happening in different shapes. So the United States is probably going to be the last with due diligence, but it has these new strong trade measures on forced labor. EU and Germany are focusing on mandatory human rights due diligence, and Germany is in fact encouraging governments to participate in the UN binding treaty process. And now we have new guidelines from Japan. So we have different avenues, different roads. Those roads need to be consistent, and we hope over time will lead to a common binding standard. So Japan's leadership is very important, and there will be, I think, a challenge. The second is about the guidelines, and just some ideas for moving forward. As we've heard from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it's a very important development and very comprehensive. So what more? If we think of the civil society expectations, some suggestions for the future for METI, for MOFA, to clarify the guidelines. The first is on stakeholders, very important. The current guidelines, and I've only seen an unofficial translation, asks for dialogue with stakeholders. We need to remember that this is not optional, it must be mandatory, and that stakeholders include not just workers and community, but all rights holders connected to the business activity. And it must be done. We cannot identify human rights harms unless it is actually the stakeholders, the rights holders, who explain what the problems are. So this piece is most essential, and we must be clear on expectations. The second is on access to remedy. The guidelines mention grievance mechanisms, but they also, just like most every document we see, repeat the guiding principles. And this is important, but it is a start, it is not a finish. How we actually help companies provide remedy really is the area very missing. So I think the government can help with capacity building, not only in Japan, but with partner governments. And on the issues of priority. How a company prioritizes is not a math problem. So the guidelines are good at saying it's a balance of severity, it's a balance of issues of depth, but we need to be careful, because if you have equally strong and severe issues, then it should not be a trade-off. A company doesn't say we deal with forced labor today and we deal with killings of workers by governments if they protest tomorrow. Some things must be addressed at the same time. So we need to be careful. Now, Japan can also support the business, and it's very important. The first is the issue of how to help SMEs and suppliers globally, but at home. G7 governments, and I hope Japan will commit to capacity building for business too, through help desks, through JETRO, through other, is to provide support so businesses can do the right thing. And similarly, in the area, and the guidelines talk about conflict areas or areas where governments are challenging. This is very important. But I should indicate that businesses should be encouraged, if they can, remain and even in a difficult environment while respecting human rights. So not to just imagine that leaving should be the easy way. We want companies to engage, if they can, responsibly. So in closing, just a few ideas for the future because of Japan's important role. The first is, of course, the G7. A strong, responsible business agenda for the 1 year of the G7 is essential, with all stakeholders being part of that. The second is, I understand that Japan and ASEAN will be commemorating 50 years of their relationship and partnership, another important place. The third is the partnership with UNDP and the working group and others around bringing capacity and partnership throughout the world. And finally, two other areas. We must have policy coherence in trade and investment as well as in the guidelines. So stronger cooperation on what this looks like in trade and investment agreements. And finally, and we have here Keidanran from Japan, is using business leaders, so CEOs and other leaders from G7 or from other partner countries to also engage in good practice together. So really encouraging that level of cooperation, not just in government, but civil society platforms and business platforms as well. So again, congratulations. This is a tremendous milestone, but we all have more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Anita. Your reflections are, as usual, extremely rich. I won't even attempt to summarize them because we could spend the whole time just recapping them all. Just keywords, leadership, essentiality of stakeholder commitments, policy coherence, and so on and so on and so on. I'm sure we'll come back to that also during the questions. By the way, I'm told we're receiving many questions online. I'm gonna try to take some from the floor as well. But to be able to do that, we should all try to be brief. And I'll start myself by immediately giving the floor to the next speaker, Kun Ruimvadi, again, Secretary General of the Security and Exchange Commission of Thailand. Kun Ruimvadi, Thailand and Japan have been the two countries in Asia that have been leading this so-called race to the top in terms of policy measures, right? The first two that adopted a NAP, and in both cases, the countries took step further after the adoption of the NAP. We've heard what the government of Japan has just done. The government of Thailand also took additional policy steps after the adoption of the NAP. And in one such case, the Security and Exchange Commission played a very important role because the institution that you had adopted under your leadership an ESG 1 report requirement, which entered into force, I believe, this year. Now, I would like to hear your reflections on what more is needed to transform all this important policy direction into actual change. How do we ensure its implementation? The floor is yours, Kurwadi. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, and sawadee ka. First of all, I'd like to thanks to Mr. Livio and then UNDP for inviting me to share the experience this morning. I would like at the beginning to congratulate the government of Japan for the progress and then the achievement in introducing the guideline, not only for the company themselves, but to the supply chain. I think it's good for the world and the planet that every country move forward on this matter. I must say that the human rights is one topic close to my heart. Since my past experience working at the Ministry of Justice, and I think that it's for the question that Kun Livio mentioned, if I bring the audience to first understand what one report is about. Right, and then what we have planned in mind to move forward from policy translate into the action. I have to thanks to the government of Thailand for having us, the Security Exchange of Thailand, to be a focal point in moving forward and ensuring all the listed company to respect the UNGP on the human rights. This is already identified clearly in the NAPs back in October 2019. Without that, SEC would not have an active role. All right. But after having NAP mentioned on that, the collaboration with all the stakeholders in capital market have to translate how the policy, such policy, translate into action. Like Mr. Thani mentioned that achievement cannot achieve in one night. We have worked quite a while, 2 years backward, we work together with all related stakeholder in capital market. But I have to say that I have to thanks to the master plan of the capital market in Thailand that have clearly identified that we have to build so-called sustainable capital market. And we have to make sure that we have sustainable finance and investment as well. So that the word of sustainability been there for years. Then we explore how could we achieve that in reality. So that right now, as you mentioned, that we already have mandatory to every listed company. Right now, we have 700 plus listed in the Stock Exchange of Thailand. All size, large size, medium, have to disclose in their one report. We combine many reports in the past to be one: financial and the business performance plus sustainability achievement. The words of accessibility we tackle into area. One is about environment, carbon emission. And the second, this is the topic of today, is human right. Human right. So that if you look at the one report of all listed company in Thailand right now, they have already disclosed their achievement so far in the one report. But again, how could we come into the achievement so far? Capacity building is needed, Kun Livio, because as again, human right, something that when we talk into action, it's not that easy, We have the help with UNDP. I have to thanks to Kun Reno as well and then Kun Kita as well, that we work together, have entered into MOU early this year. I think that during the past, we have set up a lot of workshop, lots of the training, with no cost, This is part of the incentive as well, that we have to work together with the stakeholder. To all the listed company, when we're talking about the listed company, we encourage them to make sure their supply chain to be also involved in their reporting, so that right now we have data on hands already. My colleagues work to make assessment what we need to do even further, because you asked how to make sure the implementation. I think that we have high, if I may, the PwC to make assessment of the current disclosure of one report of all 700, and we will rank and set up the priority what we need to do even further next year. But one thing I have to inform the audience that the HRDD is still a voluntary, and I think that after assessment of this year, we will to think with the stakeholder whether or not we would move up to require the HRDD as mandatory. But again, I have to inform you that it's very pleased that large company, they already disclosed their HRDD in their report already on that. I think that I have to tell you that the success key factor need to come from collaboration. This is the key. I think that I heard panelists mention about this. We cannot act alone. The second that we have to strengthen even more and more is about the capacity building at the SME level and supply chain level. Right now, SCC Thailand tie up with the law faculty, Chulalongkorn University, to provide the HRDD training course. And very pleased to hear that last month, I think, UNDP together with the other four, the SEC, the Right and Liberty Department, Ministry of Justice, and the Global Compact Network set up a so-called BHR Academy as a focal point to enable the understanding about this. I think that we as Professor mentioned, that this is a journey that there's no end. We keep doing with the progress, achievement, and achievement. I think that for the ACC Thailand, we truly work together with listed company, and key success factor in terms of the company themselves need to be, like Kun Livio mentioned, leadership of the management, or tone from the top. Tone from the top is the key. And the other side of the coin, we cannot emphasize only the company themselves, but asset owner and investor themselves and demand side. We work together with Association of Investment Company to make sure whenever they make investment decision, they have to look into ESG as a criteria. And this is the part that I think that demand side, supply side, and the public side be what you call reinforce each other for the benefit and the success of having the business and human right in practice and in reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rungwadi, for passing many very, very important messages. Thank you for bringing in the role of the investors, obviously absolutely critical, for reaffirming the importance of the role of the leaders, for reaffirming the importance of feeding interest with capacity building. As you were speaking, I was receiving some questions and comments from the online participants, which were also pointing to the need of more capacity building. It's definitely something which keeps coming up. Thank you very much, Kunrung Wadi. Let me now turn to Mr. Seki from Keidanren, whom, as I said earlier, is the largest business association of Japan. Keidanren also played an important part in the development of the guidelines, Mr. Seki. I know that Keidanren brought in the perspective, essential perspective, when these policy documents are drafted, perspective of the private sector. Now that they are adopted, what does these directions, in your view, mean for the work on the ground of your member companies with many factories around Asia? How do you think will the adoption of the guidelines influence their relations with their suppliers? And also, how are Japanese companies preparing for their implementation? Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Seki.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here and to be able to share what's happening in Japanese business community, and also to share our view on business and human rights. Today, as the task force chair of Keidanren in this field, I would like to introduce some initiatives of Keidanren, which is a comprehensive economic organization with more than 1,400 corporations and industrial organizations as its members. First of all, we welcome that Japanese government established the guidelines in Japan. The guidelines are taken very seriously by Japanese companies. Therefore, we expect significant progress in business and human rights. But even before the formulation of government guidelines, Keidanren has been continuously enhancing its business and human rights initiatives. So I would like to briefly introduce some of them. In order to promote responsible business conduct, back in 1991, Keidanren established Charter of Corporate Behavior, with which member companies pledged to comply. The fifth revision of the Charter in 2017 primarily aimed at proactively delivering on the SDGs through the realization of Society 5.0, which is the Japanese government strategy. And as you see, respecting human rights and promoting human dignity are also highlighted in this revision, both of which are the core values of SDGs. Since then, in addressing SDGs and human rights, Kedanren has been collaborated with UN organizations, including UNDP, based on our MOU. In this revised charter and its implementation guidance, we emphasize the importance of understanding human rights and the human rights due diligence based on the UN guiding principles as the expectation of stakeholders in the global context. And our efforts to promote human rights due diligence, including disseminating information, holding lecture by Dr. John Raggi, webinars with UNDP, ILO, and IOE, and so on. And when we conducted a survey of member corporations in 2020, we found that the number of corporations engaged in human rights due diligence was steadily increasing, but not a few corporations were still taking a wait-and-see approach. Therefore, to raise the level of human rights efforts throughout the Japanese business community, Kedanren again revised its implementation guidance and published Handbook for Management that respect human rights in December last year. The implementation guidance, the upper one, targeted top management of Kedanren's corporate members and describes the matters necessary for top management to understand the importance of human rights and to put them into action. The handbook, the lower one, targeted executives who are responsible for human rights and their staff, provides more specific and practical information with concrete action examples. And we feel that these tools are effective in enabling companies to implement initiatives. And Kedanren also collaborate with industry associations and regional business organizations to promote human rights due diligence through industry or cross-sector initiatives, which is indispensable to bring about the effective solution. I would like to point out that many Japanese companies have been working together with their suppliers or business partners to develop their capabilities and improve health management in the spirit of coexistence and co-prosperity. I believe that this long-term perspective and collaborative approach have become the traditional strength of Japanese companies. Therefore, expanding human rights effort in this spirit will lead to more inclusive and resilient supply chain. Of course, the concept of human rights is broad, and human rights challenge and risks faced by companies vary depending on the industry, size, or country or region in which they operate. Therefore, it is truly effective for companies to respect the human rights of the people involved, using their ingenuity, being creative and proactive based on their own initiatives. I believe that will be the best way to make good use of government guidelines. And on the other hand, on the government side, it is desirable that governments and international organizations cooperate in addressing structural problems that cannot be solved by companies alone, thereby increasing the predictability and safe environment for companies. In summing up, I would like to encourage Japanese companies doing business in Asian countries to utilize the government guidelines. The guidelines incorporate the opinions of private sector, as Kedanren has been actively engaged with that process. As a result, the guideline provides practical information and useful Q&As. So, by making good use of government, putting emphasis on stakeholder dialogue and collaboration, we will be able to build sustainable, inclusive, resilient, and competitive supply chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seki-san. Important messages around the importance again of top management, the executives, the work that Kedan has already done on that, and what I know plans to do out of the discussion we had yesterday. Important encouragement from your side to Japanese companies here in Asia, and I know some are here and many more are tuning in online. Important encouragement coming from Kedan Ren to use the guidelines for respect of human rights, but also for their competitiveness. Thank you again, Mr. Seki. And let me turn to the last of our speakers today, after which, again, I will try to take a few questions from the floor and perhaps mix them with some others that I'm receiving online, and hopefully we will be able to give 1 minute to each of the panelists to make a closing remark. So, Dr. Dina, as a civil society organization which also holds strong expertise in human rights due diligence, first has a strong pulse of the challenges faced by the rights holders. In your case, in Indonesia, where first mostly operate. I would like your views, also as a former member of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. I would like your views on what these guidelines are likely to mean for the Indonesian context, or perhaps more broadly for ASEAN, again, based on your experience as a member of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission. So what are these guidelines, in your view, likely to mean, and what are the next steps needed to ensure that this obviously strong policy commitment is leveraged and translated into positive impact in the life of Asian people? The floor is yours, Dr. Dina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Livio and UNDP, for inviting me to this esteemed forum. It is my honor to also join the speakers in this forum to congratulate the government of Japan and also the people of Japan for the birth of this guideline on respect for human rights in responsible supply chains. A little bit about the Foundation for International Human Rights Reporting Standards. Aside from myself, there are other esteemed experts on human rights, such as Makarim Wibisono, who served in the UN Council, Human Rights Council, Marzuki Darusman, who also served as in various positions as a human rights activist. So us in the context of Indonesia, we are very concerned and committed to advancing, promoting how human rights is not just talked as a norm, but also as something that companies, that actors would actually implement in their daily activities. So the birth of these guidelines to us means a lot. As per 2022, for instance, Japan has over 14,000 companies operating in ASEAN, from consumer goods, automotive, fisheries, and recently also looming everywhere, supermarkets of Japan. And Japan invests a big amount to ASEAN countries. In the future, ASEAN and Southeast Asia in general is the largest and most dynamic market in the world. It will be the center of the world growth, if not it is already. So by having such a guideline adopted by Japan, we are really hoping that the entire stakeholders in Japan would be committed to develop worker skill, improving industrial safety and health, and most importantly, also identify the gaps, the loopholes, any potential adverse human rights impacts in which corporation will be involved. So let me give you one example of what the foundation has done, which is doing a ranking performance of the top 100 corporations doing business in Indonesia. This is just to give a sense of showing that unfortunately having a national action plan and then a national guideline doesn't mean a linear path to having a responsible supply chains. As Professor Anita mentioned, the road can be a winding one. So in our experience, we saw that of this 100 public companies being assessed, out of the 100, only 4 express awareness in various ways about human rights. And it shows in their website, sustainability reports, policy statement as their indicators. So the rest remains just basically a talk. 90 of these companies basically performed below 41% in score. That means their human rights management system remains undeveloped, and there are gaps in how they respond to human rights grievances. So they may have human rights grievance mechanism, but they don't follow it up and change it into policy. We also find that ICT companies, international communication, telecommunication companies, scored low, minimal, and very limited. These are the lowest ranking in our scoring performance, which means that the companies who can actually help break barriers where most public eyes may not enter into the companies end up to be those who are less concerned and less implementing in human rights principles. We also find that encouragingly, 90% of these companies, they perform express commitments on gender equality and also on occupational safety and health standards. So these are some encouraging items that we can work on. So by showing this data, I want to show you that this is not supposed to be discouraging data. I would like to see this as a glass half full. Other studies of first this year is supposed to assess whether by the end of this year there has been improvement in these companies. We noticed that companies with multinational presence, such as, let me mention some names who are best in our list, such as Unilever, Indonesia, for instance, Sawit Sumbermas, for instance, it's on palm oil, and then Bumi Resources, that's working on mining, and the other one is pulp and paper, Indah Kiat. So some of these companies with international exposure, they have more interest because they work not just by the books of the government, but they also work by the book of the competitors, their peers. So this is what first would like to highlight. In order for a guideline work effectively, the government somehow must pay attention to how the peers in business doing their work. After all, businesses work by the competition. So they would like to see how other suppliers respond to demands. And this is where consumers' role becomes important. If the consumers are more demanding about responsible business practices and all the lines of suppliers are concerned about it, most likely the businesses will be more responsive. So with that, I would like to end the points. Hopefully that these guidelines will let us bridge the gap, not just expecting the government to do all the work, but we too also will pay attention to how the landscape of businesses is done, not only in Japan in the land, but also in forest, in the seas, in areas that probably no eyes will be able to capture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dina, for bringing in some very important and illustrative data. Thank you for mentioning the role of consumers, for pointing to a glass which is obviously half full and half empty, and pointing to a road which is still long and winding. Our time available to us it's over, but I will abuse 10 minutes of your coffee break, if you don't mind, to try to give the floor to perhaps 2, maximum 3 people, if you're very, so 1 and let's try 1 down there, and 1, 2, and 3. Let's try this one first. So down there, 1, 2, and 3. Please introduce yourself, be very brief, so we'll have a chance to give the floor back to those that you're posing the question to, or to other speakers that may want to comment on your question.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Ryutaro Ogawa from Human Rights Now in Japan. So may I speak in Japanese?
Please do, and there is translation available for everyone.
Okay, thank you. 中谷補佐官、本日ははるばるタイまで来ていただいてありがとうございます。私は昨日こちらのフォーラムのですね、サイドイベントに参加させていただきました。そちらでは韓国、台湾、タイ、ミャンマー、インドの友人と一緒に国別行動計画ですね、各国でどのような状況か、それがどのような実効的なものになっているかということを話し合うという場でした。で、そちらでは、やはりですね、その NAP、国別行動計画などの、その自主的な取り組みでは、なかなか実効性がないと、現場の苦しんでいる被害者の救済につながっていないというのが、一致した結論でした。一方で、このガイドラインを作って、これは一つ大きな進歩だと思うんですけれども、今、モメンタムがある、この日本に対するですね、強い期待も表明していただきました。日本がこの今ガイドラインの流れを利用して、やはり義務的な立法、法規制を作るべきだと、アジアをリードするべきだというような声もいただきました。で、そのことはやはり日本だけの話ではなくて、各国のですね、におけるその義務的立法にも影響を及ぼすと、ポジティブな影響があるので、ぜひ日本でリードを取ってほしいというような期待を私は伝えられました。ぜひせっかくタイに来ていただいたので、そうしたですね、アジア各国からの期待を感じていただきたいと思っています。
Okay.
そして、私から、
Thank you. Thank you. Please come to the question if you have, or wrap up, please, so that we can take other comments.
So, 私の質問はですね、このようなアジア各国からの期待に応えるべきではないでしょうか。来年の1月の通常国会にぜひ法案を提出していただきたいと思っています。そうした、今後のですね、義務的な、立法について、このアジア各国からの期待を受け止めて、どのようにお考えかということを、ぜひ伺いたいと思います。
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. More of a comment than a question, I take. Okay. There were two more. One and two. I'm sorry, I cannot take more. One and two down there, please.
ค่ะ
Yeah, let me take the woman.
คาติมาลิจานะคะเป็นชนเผ่าลิซูค่ะวันนี้มาจากเครือข่ายสตรีชนเผ่าแห่งประเทศไทยนะคะเท่าที่มาร่วมในวิธี UN ทั้งหมดวันนี้รู้สึกมีความหวังกับประเทศญี่ปุ่นแล้วก็อยากจะบอกว่าขอบคุณมากๆเราอยากได้แบบนี้มานานแล้วเราได้รับผลกระทบมากมายแต่เราไม่มีทางออกคุณเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นและเราเชื่อมั่นว่าคุณจะเป็นที่ดีแบบอย่างที่ดีและจะมีผลต่อในระดับโลกต่อไปเพราะเราอยากเห็นสันติภาพเราอยากลดความขัดแย้งเราไม่อยากทะเลาะกับใครนะคะแต่ว่าทุกวันนี้มันยังไม่เกิดมันก็เลยแย้งกันอยู่เพราะที่ทำกินของเราที่อยู่ของเราถูกแย่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะส่วนฝั่งของตัวแทนรัฐบาลนะคะอย่าถามว่าณตอนนี้ก็มีแนบแล้วอย่างเช่นบ้านตัวเองอะค่ะถูกยึดที่ดินทำกินถูกยึดไปเป็นสัมปทานบ้านกระเบือดินนะคะอยากรู้ว่าเรามีปัญหาแบบนี้ในกลไกแนบของคุณอะเรามีกลไกแบบไหนที่เราเข้าถึงการเยียวยาได้ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you. I think again more I believe of a comment, but let's see. Maybe we can give the floor later to somebody if they want to also add to your question. Again, there was one last one down there. The gentleman there in the back, very much in the back, I think had raised their hand first. Yes.
Thanks very much. My name is Lo Chao. I'm from the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. My question is actually very similar to Ryotaro-san from Human Rights Now. So we have heard time and time again from this forum, representatives from many countries saying that voluntary measures do not work in their countries, urging governments to transition to mandatory human rights due diligence. So my question is whether there is any plan for Japan to take further steps to advance to mandatory human rights due diligence in future. And for business representatives on the panel, what is the business community's stance on possibly having that kind of instruments in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. So I see that Ms. Nakatani would like to make a comment and response. So the floor is to Ms. Nakatani, and then since I think the business sector was also asked to share their views on mandatory human rights due diligence, perhaps Mr. Seki. And I'm afraid after that, unless there's any panelists that really wants to make a comment, I'll have to close. So please, Mr. Nakatani.
小川さんどうもありがとうございました。デューデリデンスの法律化につきましては、排除はされておりません。これはやりながらですね、検討していくということにしておりまして、まずはガイドラインの実施を取り組みます。というのは大企業もあれば中小企業もありますので、こういったことをできるところからやって、だんだんと拡大をしていくということと、それからNGO、皆様方の貢献もですね、非常にありがたいわけでありますので、市民社会との共同などもですね、どのように行っていくかということで、とにかくこれをスタートしてですね、こういったものがしっかり定着するようにですね、進めていきたいというふうに考えております。
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nakatani. And now the floor to Mr. Seki, please.
Yes, thank you for the question and comments. In my opinion, of course, make it mandatory is one policy measures, but more than that, capacity building is very, very important at this stage. And of course, human rights issue is very complex and it cannot be solved overnight. And the good news is 4 years ago, when we conducted a survey to member companies, the number of percentage of companies who conducted human rights due diligence is only 30%, 30. But last year, Japanese government made the same kind of survey, and this time the result was 50%. So it's a clear indication of the progress. But I know that this is not enough, still not enough. So capacity building, especially for senior management level persons, and in addition, capacity buildings to government officials or local official government officials and consumers. Capacity building is very, very important, and we should try every effort to promote awareness and capacity building.
Thank you, Mr. Seki. I'm really sorry for not having been able to give the floor to more of you that had many questions. Normally speakers remain available outside during coffee breaks, and so I encourage you all to approach them and ask the questions directly. I want to thank you all participants for your patience, also for giving us 10 minutes of your coffee break, and of course, big thanks to all of our speakers today. So please join me in giving them one more round of applause. Thank you very much.
日本からご参加の皆様でお写真撮れる方は壇上にお願いします。Could you please, we will take another photo on the stage. So I appreciate that if you can give us a bit space and time. Sorry about that.
Good morning, everyone. I encourage everyone to take a seat as close to the podium as possible so we don't feel so lonely. Please consider taking a seat closer to the podium. Thank you. We'll start in just 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience. I see more people coming in, so we'll start in just 60 seconds. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're going to go ahead and get started. My name is Sean Lees, and I'm a Business and Human Rights Specialist for UNDP here in Bangkok. I'm very happy to be presiding over today's session on Asia and the Future of Globalization, Business and Human Rights in Perspective. I think you would all agree that we are, as the saying goes, living in interesting times. Geopolitical tensions are intensifying, and a rules-based economic order is on the back foot. Globalization is being reconsidered through security, economic, environmental, and even human rights lenses. Policymakers seem to have forgotten that international trade and investment has lifted 500 million people out of poverty over the last 2 decades. Today, experts and policymakers are more likely to speak of decoupling and self-sufficiency. At the same time, our responsible business agenda has risen to the top of a global agenda, and with it, a zeal to ensure more transparency, more compliance, and to impose sanctions where necessary. But what to make of this confluence of recent developments? How is the business and human rights agenda shaping the direction of international trade? And what are its unintended consequences? Well, to help us answer these and other questions, I'm delighted to introduce our panelists today. Steve Olson is a Senior Research Fellow at the Heinrich Foundation. Oichen Fang is the Head of Sustainability Advisory, KPMG in Malaysia. Joyce Chow is a Country Representative of Amphorai, and Dr. Sri Nontasut, Member of the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and Namit Agarwal, Social Transformation Lead at the World Benchmarking Alliance. Thank you very much, panelists, for being here today. I'm going to start with a question to Steve Olson, given his wide range of experience in Asia and on the trade agenda here and as it evolves. Steve, the narrative on trade in Asia used to be much simpler. As you admit yourself in a recent op-ed piece, you described an older, seemingly out-of-date narrative on trade as this, quote, "Trade is good, free trade is better. Governments simply need to minimize or remove barriers to trade, and market forces will deliver a host of economic and societal benefits." But in that very same op-ed piece, you wrote, "Today we've ended up in a world that bears very little resemblance to that idealized place we once envisioned." Steve, please give us a picture of where we stand today on international trade and trade policy.
Well, thank you, Sean, very much. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to you. First of all, a big thank you on behalf of the Heinrich Foundation to UNDP for their kind invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've participated in a number of these forums over the years, and they've always been top-notch events. And needless to say, I'm delighted to finally have the opportunity for us to be able to gather together in person. Well, look, Sean, in terms of your question, I don't think there's any question that the world of international trade is growing a lot more complicated. And in fact, I think we've entered a period of change, a transition period, an inflection point in our approach to trade and our approach to globalization more broadly. For the past 4 to 5 decades, we've been living through an era that I think we can very accurately describe as an era of hyper-globalization characterized by an almost dogmatic faith in the idealized world of free trade that's been sketched out by neoclassical economists from David Ricardo and Adam Smith on forward. And in this idealized vision, as you referenced from my recent article, Sean, all governments had to do was tear down trade barriers. And then a whole host of societal and economic benefits would accrue organically, almost automatically. Today, I feel like we're living in a very different world. There continues to be a recognition of the benefits, or at least the potential benefits, that can flow from international trade. But there's also a recognition that this unvarnished pursuit of free trade has also brought with it some unintended and some unwanted side effects. And so there's a growing recognition, I believe, and that I've been observing and living through, that business, government, civil society groups have to become much more proactive in helping to ensure that we get the social, the economic, and the environmental outcomes we want from trade. They just don't happen automatically. Now, how did we get to this new world? How did we get to this new era in globalization that I believe we're entering in? Well, I have to say, I'm reminded of the Ernest Hemingway novel, The Sun Also Rises, in which an American expat who recently went bankrupt is drinking in a bar. And one of his friends says to him, "Oh, I heard you went bankrupt. That's terrible. How did it happen?" And the American responds, "Gradually, then all at once." And I think that's, to a certain extent, that's a description how our consensus in support of free trade and globalization has started to unravel. I think questions about globalization and free trade started to reach a critical mass during I can't give you an exact time period, but I would say roughly during the second term of Barack Obama as President of the United States. Questions about free trade, in particular trade with China, and some of the social and economic trade-offs that it was requiring really started to reach a critical mass. And then, in very rapid succession, we absorbed 3 very significant systemic shocks, which helped to accelerate this whole process. The first one I would point to has got to be the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States. The most blatantly protectionist president we've had in the US in more than 90 years, someone who took a sledgehammer to all of the traditional institutions of globalization and planted the seeds in the minds of people around the world. Hey, you know what? Maybe this globalization stuff isn't inevitable. Maybe we actually can move backwards because it appears the United States is moving backwards. The second systemic shock that then came quickly on the heels before we even got through the Trump administration, of course, was the coronavirus pandemic. And from my point of view, the coronavirus pandemic reminded us that we'd gotten a little bit complacent, to be honest. We'd gotten a little bit complacent. We forgot that in addition to the benefits that can be derived from international trade, that guess what? international trade, in particular across extended global supply chains, can also bring risk and vulnerability. And then before we even got through the pandemic, we're still here gathered together wearing our masks and spraying our hands with sanitizer. Before we even got through the pandemic, we then absorbed and are continuing to absorb the third systemic shock, which is Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the war in Ukraine has painfully demonstrated to us that economic interdependence, global trade can actually be weaponized against us. And these are things that have traditionally been really the heart and soul of globalization that we thought were immensely beneficial. And now we're learning that these can actually be used as a club and as a weapon against us. So all of these things cumulatively have led us, in my judgment, to a period where people are starting to say, well, look, are we entering a period of deglobalization? Or as the Economist magazine would call it, slowbalization. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. Personally, I'm not comfortable with terms like slowbalization. I think they're a little bit too cute, and I think they're a little bit too trite to adequately describe what are really very, very complicated situations. But here's what I would say with a very high degree of confidence. We are entering into a period in which we are recalibrating our approach to free trade, our approach to globalization, and we're moving into an era where there's a much greater recognition that business, that government, that civil society will have to work much more proactively to ensure the economic, social, and environmental outcomes that we want from trade.
Thank you, Steve, for those astute comments and the historic view, a reference to the three systemic shocks, which none of us saw coming, did we? We didn't see Trump coming. We didn't see COVID coming. We certainly didn't see Ukraine coming. And yet here we are, gradually and then all at once. Steve, a real quick question, and just ask you to answer it as quickly as I ask it. You said a consensus on international trade has unraveled, but should, I'm not saying is, but should a new consensus emerge where trade policy is there to act in furtherance of environmental protections and or human rights realization? Should it be used? And what are the trade-offs of that approach, if any?
I'll answer just briefly, Sean. On the surface, I think this would appear to be a positive development. We're paying a lot more attention to the social, environmental, and economic outcomes of our trading relationship. And so for people who are concerned about things like that, and I'm guessing it's the vast majority of the people in this room, that's a very positive development. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Be careful about what you wish for. And here I'll make a couple comments wearing my hat as a former U.S. trade negotiator. Negotiating even just traditional free trade agreements is an immensely difficult and an immensely complicated task. I'm concerned that now, as we try to include these whole host of very complicated social issues, and these social issues are not only complicated, I think we have to keep in mind, and I think particularly Westerners have to keep in mind, that a lot of these social issues are dependent on value-laden judgments, that Americans and Europeans sometimes make the mistake of thinking are universal, but in actuality are not. And so by including these complex, controversial, and frequently value-laden provisions into free trade agreements, I'm afraid that we might be making it almost impossible to conclude free trade agreements. Now look, I want to very quickly follow that up by saying, I get it, I understand. Free trade agreements have produced very mixed results. So many of you might be saying, well, hallelujah, that's great news if we're not going to have any more free trade agreements. But keep in mind, irrespective of the shortcomings that all of us can abundantly point to, let's not lose sight of the fact that we would be very hard pressed to identify any other factor, in the past 75 years, in the entire post-World War II era, that has more prominently driven economic development, rising standards of living, employment, and a whole host of benefits, more so than our move towards trade. And in fact, you know, let's also be honest, the single most remarkable economic development story we have in recorded human history is the rise of China. And that was really fueled by a trade agreement, China's accession agreement to the World Trade Organization. So understanding and bearing in mind some of the drawbacks of these free trade agreements, I am concerned, keep in mind the benefits, and I am concerned that we might be making it more difficult to successfully conclude these agreements in the future. The other comment I'll make, again, wearing my hat as a trade negotiator, and here I'll just be brutally honest. I've got very serious reservations about the extent to which any of this stuff is going to be enforceable. Okay, so, okay, we do include these provisions in free trade agreements. I think it's ridiculous to think that an international trade bureaucrat sitting in Washington, D.C. or Brussels is really going to understand what's taking place in the countryside of Vietnam with regard to a labor union election. Okay, so we run the risk that we end up with, you know, these agreements that might say a lot of nice things on paper, but really don't change the substantive reality on the ground because they're unenforceable, in which case the whole exercise becomes an exercise in virtue signaling rather than any meaningful change. And is that something that's productive? So look, from a personal point of view, I'm pleased to see this increased focus in international trade on some of these social and environmental outcomes. I'm personally pleased to see it. My advice is proceed with caution, and please remember something, which is hard for me to admit as a former trade negotiator, but please remember, not every problem in the world can be solved by a free trade agreement.
Powerful stuff, Steve. Thank you for those remarks. And I know that Joyce will be able to add further to this line of our conversation. Joyce, you represent Amphori in Asia-Pacific region, where, of course, we find many sourcing companies. But many of your buyers are actually from largely developed economies. What are your members telling you? What is the message they are receiving from their business partners in Asia regarding new compliance, enhanced transparency measures, and so on and so on?
Thank you, Sean.
Oh, on the right side. There you go.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to represent Amphori, to present here. Since 3 years ago in the same venue, we talk about gender lens, and we just signed the declaration to commit to gender equality. Now we evolved until yesterday, another session talking about inclusive procurement for, say, gender responsive procurement. Things are getting more sophisticated, Sean. So even the establishment of Amphori since 1977, over 4 decades, we have been committed to drive sustainable, open free trade, but sustainable and responsible supply chain. So now currently we represent 2,400 member companies who are buyers, brands, retailers, and trading companies from over 40 countries. Many of those originated is from EU member states. However, since 2011, we have members coming from all over the world. So when we talk about, say, human rights due diligence, and also different kind of impact studies, tools developed, how to get continuous improvements in our supply chain and trade, is getting more and more complicated. So our role in Asia Pacific is important because our members' top sourcing countries, top 10 are all in Asia. And the top 5 is China, Bangladesh, India, Turkey, Vietnam. And the rest are mostly in ASEAN countries. And those, for example, Pakistan is not ASEAN, but it's also our top 10. That explains how important the topic we are talking about today, globalization, bring us together. Without Asia, and actually we may not be able to enjoy the luxury and the local schools in for many years. However, everything has a cost. So the conversation and the expectation from our members have been evolving in the past 2 decades. So with or without laws or rules and regulations and guidelines, many good performers, business players have been establishing their code of conduct to monitor human rights due diligence or environmental performance for many years. With the rules and regulations in place, we do appreciate the efforts from the government driving that happen. But even with the rules and regulation in place doesn't mean 100% things could be perfect. So our conversation and engagement of members recently have both 2 sides, yeah? On the one hand, positively, when we see, for example, European Union have introduced the corporate sustainability due diligence directive, and we see mushrooming of laws evolving from different countries, like Germany have Supply Chain Act, and Norway have Transparency Act. In Asia Pacific, we do have country called Australia, also have Modern Slavery Act. So there are all things happening, and how can business cope with those challenges? So the good side is people see now from voluntary, now become legal liability. Yeah, so human rights due diligence is not something nice to have anymore for business. It's something back to basic. We should be reminded. However, sometimes the good things can also cause pressure. Pressure in the ways that the laws or regulations doesn't tell us solutions. We need to invest more resources in rules and regulations in terms of supporting business or individuals' talents to grow so that we can build a better, global village together. What I would like to emphasize here, the proliferations of standards like social standards, like a different initiative like BSCI has been always criticized by business that, oh yeah, I just provide you 10,000 pens and you are asking me so many requirements for minimum wages and everything. And people become distracted. Yeah. So I think we need to articulate the reasoning of why we're doing it better. We have seen the very good output about the roadmap for the next decade of business and human rights deliver after the 2021 UN Forum. I think that provides a very good framework for us to work together to address that evolution of complexity of rules and regulations. Sometimes, I do not want to use the word, but sometimes when we hear from business, it becomes proliferations of laws and regulations and people are distracted. Many of the time we spend on interpretation of the law instead of building our self-capability to improve. So to conclude my answer to you, Sean, I would like to see, hopefully through our communication today, we can see those rules and regulations or framework driven by government. I'm so glad to see Japanese government is also taking the lead now. Please don't do it country by country. I think it's counterproductive. I would like to see cluster to cluster, like European Union are always taking the lead. However, we should not be too humble. ASEAN is also taking the lead in many ways. Say if in the past, say since 2007, we see ASEAN has already produced 2 instruments to establish regional framework for, say, cooperation on labor migrants. Between 2010 and 2019, ASEAN actually has issued guidance to member states about 162 recommendations for migrant works policy. So we should treasure and appreciate and avoid always finger pointing to, say, underperformed areas. That's something I would like to advocate. The second thing is resources should be focused on not just creating rules and regulations repeating the requirements. We all know the requirements. We know how the ideal world should be. However, we need resources. Yeah. Instead of asking producers to create their own family caring center, why don't we mandate in industrial park or say a town planning? We have community center to take care of that regard. Then the producers can focus on doing a better job in what they should also in providing quality products and safe products. The other thing is giving incentives. Giving incentives doesn't have to be money, as simple as the resources I just mentioned. Nurture talents, nurture professionals, not just focusing on strategy, but also implementation capability. KPMG is our very good partner in audit integrity, so we need more talents in professional area. The last but not least is, I think we are overemphasizing on production industry, manufacturing industry when we talk about human rights due diligence. Please do look into service industry. We have lots of seasonal workers employed in service industry have not been getting enough attention. So we are very happy that we can reconnect here face to face. Amfori is open to collaboration.
Thank you, Joyce, for that sweeping response to my question. And indeed, you remark on the proliferation of standards in this conversation and in others that we've had together. Indeed, the teenager in me wants to also reject the rules and regulations focus of our work and to sort of encourage more of the incentives bit. But indeed, some of these rules and regulations are starting to bite pretty heavily in places like Malaysia. So allow me to move to Oi Cheng now and to ask a little bit about what's happening in the Malaysian industry. As many of you know, the rubber glove and palm oil exporters have suffered from a spate of what are called withhold release orders from the US government. Anita Ramasastry made a reference to them this morning, although obliquely. These have been stopping Malaysian goods from entering the US market due to what they find to be credible allegations of forced labor. Oi Chen, tell us, why is Malaysia being hit by so many withhold release orders recently? I think 8 in the last 2 years or so. And how, and as importantly, how is business reacting?
Thanks, Sean. Good morning, everybody. I'm Oi Cheng from KPMG, and I thank the UN and Sean for inviting and giving me this opportunity to talk about what's happening in Malaysia. It's a very good question, Sean, with regards to why is this happening in Malaysia. I think if we were to trace it back as to how the WRO withholding release orders from the Customs and Borders Protection of the US Homeland Department, State Department. We see this happening as COVID hit in Malaysia, and we had very alarming situations where the migrant workers were reported to be not particularly well housed and had been exposed with regards to COVID. And from there, it led on to international reports. Well, basically the international forum picked up with regards to what's happening here, and but then in acknowledgement, even before the COVID condition, COVID-19 hit in, globally, Malaysia has been receiving negative reports with regards to how our migrant workers were being handled, and a lot of it were coming from activist reports, which, I mean, fair enough. I mean, if anything were going to be exposed, it has to come from civil society in itself, right? We all understand that. And also the fact that the US is our third largest trading partner. So it's not a surprise, as has been mentioned by Stephen, with regards to Donald Trump and the attitudes of what's happening in terms of borders closing, with regards to trade, international trade, and all that. The withholding release order actually happened for Malaysia. But if I were to look at the trends, starting with what happened in Thailand previously from the fishing sector, and it was an inevitable situation that was going to happen. So it's happened. it's something that Malaysian companies will have to deal with. And our Malaysian government is looking at strengthening legislation, but it's a very slow process because the way that the manufacturing sector and the business sector, which are also in terms of service sector, which are structured, we are very dependent on migrant workers. This is something that it's very well known. Right, and so the issue now is in Malaysia, how do we come up with measures to treat our migrant workers appropriately, not only just with regards to migrant workers, but also how we treat our own Malaysian workers appropriately with regards to labor laws and human rights requirements. Malaysia, I would say, has got one of the most comprehensive labor legislation there is in the world. We follow the Commonwealth legal requirements. However, we are weak with regards to the treatment of migrant workers. That is something that we all recognize and does need to improve. So in terms of corporate Malaysia and businesses in Malaysia, we're not just talking about the public listed companies, but also with regards to the smaller SMEs and all, we are at a bit of a disadvantage because the US Customs and Borders Protection Agency, when they issue their WROs, a lot of the clients that we work with, they get issued a letter to say that, you know, we are going to issue a sanction from the WRO, and they get sent a questionnaire, but a lot of the companies in Malaysia, unfortunately, are not quite aware on the seriousness of the questionnaires. And so there's two lines that the company takes, right? One, which is, you know, they fully understand what the requirements are, and then they try to comply with clarifications and all of that. The other one is they have no idea what's going on, and so it's a bit lackadaisical in terms of response. So industry, in essence, prior to, you know, all this proliferation of WROs, are left to manage it themselves. So they're trying to figure a way out of this. So it's something that for us in Malaysia that we seek, you know, like so along the lines of what the Japanese government has done, legislation, structures, and as well as guidance documents. And I totally agree with Joyce that there are too many guidance documents, that it gets confusing. And I'm not, as Joyce said, we are not talking about, you know, this guidance documents on a country basis, but more on an international, along the lines of, let's say, the Global Reporting Initiative, which can be applied to all sectors and also applied to all countries. And that will be something that will be really helpful, because at this present moment, apart from the Raggi principles, the business and human rights guidance, there is not much, you know, particularly as well for the SME. So it's a situation where we are trying our best to assist our clients in that sense.
Yeah, are you seeing an increased volume of interest from your clients in conducting either human rights impact assessments or to help them build out human rights due diligence processes?
Yeah. Actually, even before the European due diligence mandatory requirement, Malaysia, being part of the global supply chain, has always had a very active due diligence, corporate due diligence, legal due diligence situation. Our companies get audited all the time. Right, so in essence, you know, as a follow-on to your first question, why did it happen to Malaysian companies? It was, for some companies, it was actually very perplexing, because they get audited 3 or 4 times by different clients in a year. We are subjected to many different types of audits, right? And it could be social audits. I remember maybe 10 years ago doing for an international company for Malaysian SME producer, along the lines of what SMETA audits are, Amphori audits are. And it is perplexing in that sense. So we get a lot of this. We do a lot of this. And over the last year or so, we see that there are increasingly now different sectors looking at implementing, trying to understand where the human rights risks are, trying to understand their risks and to the community, and trying to implement remediation measures to improve and to reduce their exposures with regards to these risks. and also to allay customer concerns. And a lot of it is actually driven by their consumers, by their customers. And it's something that we see there's been an uptick in terms of activities, but most of this, unfortunately, I must qualify, I have to say it does come primarily from the bigger companies, the bigger corporations, whereas the smaller corporations are still very much in a situation where they're waiting for the government to do something or for other, how do you say, other agencies to issue a directive. Yeah.
Thank you very much for those comments, Oi Chen. I hear a comment from Joyce on the proliferation of rules, regulations, and standards, and from you, I hear of the proliferation of audits and the surprise that some companies experience when they are hit with a withhold release order from a buying company, from the United States or other.
Yeah, I must say it's not just. We're not getting it just from the Customs and Borders Protection, the CBP, WRO.
Of the United States.
We're also getting it from the European companies where they're seeking to enforce the Modern Slavery Act. And I think one thing which is very prominent in our newspapers in Malaysia was Dyson, the situation with Dyson. And increasingly now there's risk for companies in Malaysia. If you are trading with Australia, as Joyce says, there's the Australian Modern Slavery Act. Right, there's Canada planning to come up with Modern Slavery Acts as well. In Hong Kong. I don't know how that is going, Joyce, but I hear that Hong Kong was looking at a Modern Slavery Act a couple of years ago. So there is talk now of proliferation of these types of legislation. So for us, which are very much part of the global supply chain, it is something that we do have to sit up and take note of. Sure.
And thank you again. And there was a comment, I think, from someone from the floor at the opening about who will pay for all of this. Ultimately, the consumers will likely pay for increased compliance, and perhaps we should be. And perhaps consumers need to also have an adjustment of expectations if, in fact, they do want to see more responsible business practices, and they want to see a more responsible trade regime evolve. Someone who's been with us for a very long time on our business and human rights journey has been our panelist, Dr. Sri Nontasut. I think for the last 5, maybe 6 years, we've known each other and taken your views on the evolving picture, not just in Thailand, but for the region. Can you give us a few key lessons with regards to Thailand over the last 5 years and how it's embraced the business human rights agenda and what to make of evolving regulations and or a look towards mandatory human rights due diligence, as mentioned by the Secretary General of the Security and Exchange Commission this morning? Thank you.
Good morning, and I have to thank the UN for organizing this and inviting me. I think that being here in this very room and being with my core panelists has given me 3 flashbacks. The first flashback is that this very room is the venue where in 2019 the Thai government launched the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. So this brings back a very fond memory, and I was part of I advised the government then about how to proceed with the National Action Plan, and also it's beginning its second phase of the NAP. I'll be coming back to that. The second flashback is when Stephen talked about free trade agreements. In 2005, I was part of the negotiating team for the FTA bilaterally between Thailand and the US, and we were in Chiang Mai. That was the last round of the bilateral free trade agreement between 2 countries. It has not succeeded, so it's on the shelf. In Chiang Mai, farmers in the north came to protest against the FTA, and they burned the effigy of the head of our negotiating team. And that frightened him a lot. It frightened me also, because we didn't think that free trade negotiation would lead to any kind of protest or violence. But we saw firsthand, and I was responsible for negotiating competition policies and public procurement. But of course, free trade creates or encourages free flow of factors of production, one of which is, of course, labor. And could not imagine, and I saw firsthand how violent this turned and how people protested against free trade. Almost majority of them were garlic farmers, but they didn't know that it would not the Thailand-US FTA would not create. It's not the US garlic that would be inundating the Thai market, but garlic from other venue. They don't care. For them, is that their market will be shrinking. They will have to, it's a trade-off, and they did not accept that. So in my view now, and I may disagree with Stephen, free trade creates opportunity, but free trade also creates risks. And we need to actually manage these risks. And when Stephen talks, of course, we understand that we need, for free trade negotiators, they tend to decouple, the free trade on one hand and the risk on the other hand, and they tend, I included back in 2005, externalizing these risks to other people, like the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Public Welfare should handle these risks later on when free trade occurs. The third flashback is when Oi Cheng and Joyce talk about ASEAN. And I served as the representative of Thailand to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights for 6 years, where I worked. My priorities then, one of my priorities was to encourage ASEAN member states to look at business and human rights. Now, ASEAN itself is a free trade bloc. In 1992, we created the first free trade called ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, which has morphed into ASEAN. It has morphed into one pillar of ASEAN. We have 3 pillars: political, economic, and social and cultural pillars. Now, as just like Stephen said, people in the economic pillar tend to decouple themselves from the risks that they have created from free trade. So to them, it's the liability or responsibility of the other pillars. So when I served as human rights representative, I said, no, you create free trade. You need to be responsible for it. How? Maybe we disagree on this. We need to integrate the impact analysis of free trade. And we need to build in some kind of mechanism so that free trade shows responsibility to the positive and negative impacts that it can create, right? So in Thailand back in 2005, what the government responded to the farmers who came to protest was that they created a fund, very minimum, and to say to them in gesture that this would be the fund for the trade-off that you may suffer from, okay? It did not respond to all the free trade impacts. Now, when it comes to Sean's question, where is Thailand now? Well, of course, you heard from the previous session about how we had introduced the first mandatory disclosure of ESG. And I was part of it because I was sitting on board of the Stock Exchange of Thailand for 4 years, where I also pushed for ESG manual and ESG disclosure. Now, Thailand has done a good job in terms of producing this kind of first ever mandatory disclosure requirement for listed companies. And now I sit on, Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Committee at the UN, where I have to say that the committee requires every state party, we have about 171 parties to the Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, to also introduce mandatory human rights due diligence from our General Comment number 24 in 2017. You can Google that. It's a Bible for us. So whenever a country comes to the committee, we ask them whether they have adopted or developed national action plan. Thailand is the only country whose report I cannot examine. But let's imagine if I can examine the state report of Thailand, what I would ask Thailand, and this would respond to Sean. Number one, I would congratulate Thailand on the introduction of mandatory disclosure requirement. But we also ask Thailand what next you can do, what more you can do. Number one, what's the quality of the report? The quality of the report. How can you make sure that companies don't ESG washing themselves? So assessment and evaluation and auditing now is the next step. Second question, what about those companies that are not listed in the stock exchange and who are not required to produce any ESG assessment and disclosure? There are 700 plus companies in the stock exchange. What about those outside of stock exchange? So, and Thailand under the NAP has, made clear that we have 4 priority areas: labor, environment, defenders, and investment. What more can you do? What concrete lessons and what concrete steps are you taking? one of the labor key KPIs, we ask all the time, Ministry of Labor, when will you, because you require, Thailand requires migrant workers, but when will you give them the right, recognize their right to unionize? We're talking about ILO 8798, which has been on the book for many, many years. The current status is the Ministry of Labor has responded, we will consider, but that's the first step. Now it's the second step. So we need concrete progress, and we're asking them again, when will you come up with a concrete timeline to ratify ILO 87 and 98? So in Thailand, we have fertile ecosystem, but it's still a silo function. So someone with a bird's eye view, like myself, is now talking to the Ministry of Labor. And also, we had an incident, and this relates to Joyce and Oi Cheng as well, where a company receiving Board of Investment incentive package come to Thailand, establish a subsidiary, and it's gone. One day, the next it's gone, leaving 700 workers stranded with no compensation. What can we do? When the Pillar 1 agencies, I'm talking about the UNGPs now, the Pillar 1 agencies create free trade agreement, and businesses are the risk owners. But government must recognize that they too are risk owners because they have created this framework. So I'm asking the Board of Investment now, how you can come up with better protection for labor when you encourage inbound foreign direct investment, and they can, leave with impunity when they have liquidity issue. So more has to be done, Sean. But I have to say that it's a good start, but much, much more has to be done. So Thailand is a good example also to other countries, especially in ASEAN. But my bottom line are two keywords: responsibilities and risks. These two R's are what I have applied all the time when I talk about business and human rights. So on the one hand, government create free trade agreements. They need to internalize all the risks and negative impacts that free trade agreement should or tend to create. Two, businesses right now recognize that business and human rights are licensed to operate. It's not just profit that they need to look into. Yesterday at the Swiss embassy, someone talks about business case for business and human rights, which to me tend to be very outdated, because I think that the line of conversation right now should not be about business choice and business charity, but must be toward business responsibility and BHR as business as usual. I would end my intervention here for the moment. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Dr. Suri. More powerful interventions indeed. I just have one more question of you, though. Please make your answer as briefly as possible. You said that we need to ask more of Thailand. We need to push. We should expect more. We should push more. We should ask more on mandatory disclosures. You said let's avoid greenwashing. So there should be stronger auditing of companies putting themselves out as members of an ESG asset class. You said we should include unlisted companies in some of the regulations that are emerging. But in this economic context, should we be expecting more, or should we actually be expecting a slowing down of the business and human rights agenda in either Thailand or Southeast Asia?
Well, I would give you a scenario. I was in Phuket the other day, and Phuket is vying to be a host of Expo 2028. Phuket is more than ready in terms of physical facilities, but we are warning Phuket that it is lacking ESG infrastructure. It has plenty of resources to build physical infrastructure, but what about ESG infrastructure? Because alas, most companies in Phuket, most hotels in Phuket are not listed in the stock exchange, and are not required to produce sustainability report or ESG mandatory disclosure. So if I imagine myself as an Expo committee member, I would ask Phuket, what kind of impact assessment and what kind of mitigation and prevention of risks associated with hospitality receiving more than 1 million tourists coming to Expo can you receive? Have you planned for? That's the example of Thailand now. And I use Phuket as a microcosm for other provinces and for other sectors as well, because Phuket, 80% of Phuket economy relies on hospitality. At one point during COVID, Phuket fell off the poverty line. Can you imagine that? Province like Phuket. So it's not a question of whether we should take a downturn on ESG. It's the right time. We must do it all the time. That's my message, because ESG infrastructure must be there alongside, profitability.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Now let's stick to this line of questioning on the economy and how economic developments and big shifts that we've seen between regions globally might be impacting, slowing, or accelerating, or just changing the nature of our approach on business and human rights. It's feeling more like a supplier's market now. The suppliers, especially those with scarce commodities, have the buyers in the corner. And in some respects, that's a good thing. We also have these labor shortages, of course, which are throwing a wrench in the system. But if there is a shift from buyers to suppliers, if that's fair, and indeed in some countries more than others, is it a good thing? Some would say it is a good thing, because anytime you have a balancing of power, there's less exploitation, right? And one is not calling the shot without the other having a say. But I'd like to know whether you've seen in your role working for World Benchmarking Alliance some trade-offs, some other considerations, some other consequences to that shift.
Thanks, Sean and UNDP for having me here. And very, very interesting question, particularly in the current context. But I would start with saying that it's a myth when it comes to issues like human rights. Both the buyer market and a supplier market are extremes of a continuum, and both are bad when it comes to people, when it comes to communities. A supplier market doesn't necessarily mean that it will be fairer, more inclusive, or more sustainable. It just means that there is a difference in terms of who's calling the shot and who's dominating the negotiations. And I think the narrative is definitely of bringing in more balance between so-called global north and the so-called global south. But it's also important to look beyond these narratives, because the power imbalance necessarily is not between the people who are negotiating from the global south and the global north, but like we heard, the voices of the people who can be affected, who are being impacted, whether those voices are being heard or not. So when we are talking about these shifts of bargaining power between the north and the south, it's important to see who within the global south or who within the global north are part of those negotiations. Do we have communities? Do we have workers and their representatives who can potentially be impacted by these? Are their voices and choices respected in those conversations? I think that becomes the fundamental part when we're talking about shifting the power imbalance. Because this change from a buyer's to a supplier's market doesn't necessarily change a lot for people on ground. They would still have the same impact. Their issues will not move away. So how do we make sure that some of those dynamics become part of the thinking, the design, and also the negotiation of some of these conversations? And in fact, in some cases, it also becomes worse, because the accountability standards, the level of transparency, the ability of institutions, especially civil society, to question the governments, to question investors, to question companies in the so-called global north is sometimes higher. And when these are companies in the global south, because of a lack of transparency, the accountability becomes weaker in many cases. So I think that becomes quite a big challenge. A better bargain for companies or markets in the supplier context doesn't also mean that the benefits will percolate down to workers and communities. It doesn't mean higher wages for workers, living wages, better conditions, but it certainly would mean higher profits for companies in a different geographic context. We have also seen some extraordinary shifts, for example, in the Forbes billionaire list. You see billionaires from the global south in the top and that's a growing trend. But again, I mean, that is not necessarily an indication that the power dynamics are shifting. That will result in better accountability, better human rights, better sustainability practices in that context. It's also because the globalization has also happened of business models, the purpose of business, and which is the same across North or the South. Whether it's an Amazon or a Walmart or a Reliance or a CP, the core ethos are more or less the same. The fundamentals of doing business are the same. So shifting the power dynamics between these companies is not a big change when it comes to issues of sustainability and rights. In WBA, we work with 2,000 of the most influential companies. We call them the SDG 2000. And these are companies across the globe. Most of them are listed, but some of them are also not listed. Some of these are state-owned companies as well. And what we have seen, we published an assessment, a baseline assessment, assessing the top 1,000 from our list of 2,000 on the core social fundamentals. And these fundamentals are ILO standards, UN standards that have been there for decades. And we saw that almost all the companies scored miserably on this baseline. Yes, there were some companies in the global north who scored slightly better, but it was not transformative. It was not very different from how companies, for example, in Asia were scoring. So essentially, it doesn't really matter where these companies are. They're still lacking in terms of basic transparency and some of the fundamentals as well. What we need in terms of the power imbalance and correcting that is more accountability, more transparency. And I think what was already mentioned on the panel is a need for international standards. We need policy coherence. We don't need a regional, a national context, because then it becomes difficult. When companies can compete on all the other factors at the global level, they don't need a regional or a national context when it comes to product quality, product design. Why on sustainability and human rights? So therefore, having more collaboration and cooperation and having international standards and policy coherence becomes most important. We also need shifts on the purpose of business. Some of these changes, some of the things that come out of this business and human rights due diligence will need shifts in how businesses are designed, business are implemented. For example, if we look at fast fashion, by design, fast fashion is going to have exploitations in the supply chains. Until and unless we change the concept, change the fundamentals of the business processes, we will not be able to address a lot of these issues. We also published something called the Corporate Human Rights Benchmark, and we will be releasing the next update in November this year. And one of the new indicators that we have brought in the new methodology is looking at how companies are looking at risks emerging from business models. What are the board level conversations? What are the board level commitments on shifting strategies and business models? So I think that is going to be quite important when we talk about these shifts, because there is this myth that having more global South, having more suppliers in the conversation will result in those changes. But if we want real impact, we need to get to the fundamentals and bring in those voices who are underrepresented.
Thank you, Namit. But a shift in business practices and a shift towards greater acknowledgement of corporate purpose beyond just profit will probably only come about if we can really engage consumers more effectively, but also business owners more effectively. I see Oi Cheng next to me nodding her head vigorously, and I'm wondering, do you think it's realistic to expect this shift to happen based on your interactions with many clients? And I'm also wondering too about your feeling with regards to some business models just being inherently how should I put it? That some business models like fast fashion being inherently exploitative. Do you have any views on these two? two items.
I'll start with your first question. A lot of the work that we do in ESG transformation and strategy for corporations, and whether you're talking about big companies or small companies, one of the first conversations that we need to have is what does the board or senior management thinks with regards to managing ESG, right? There are two areas where we primarily focus on if we want to improve the governance structures within an organization. The environmental side, which is on climate change specifically, and the other one, which is on the social impact. And obviously, climate change and social impact, there is great interactivity and great interdependence as well. So from a social perspective, if you're not having it in your board conversation, then you're not recognizing it as a risk, and therefore then it does not flow down into your corporate risk assessment processes. It does not allow you a broad view as to how you manage and identify ESG risks within your organization. And there are two aspects where we talk about G, the G aspect of ESG. A lot of companies in Malaysia, or rather ASEAN in Asia, I mean, we do work with a lot of multinationals as well. They recognize G as more from a corporate governance perspective, which is basically talking about anti-bribery, corruption, data privacy, and all of that. But they forget that within an organization, the governance structure of board decisions, board resource allocation, senior management decisions, that all comes under G as well. So we work a lot with trying to align companies to ensure that conversations are taken on board, conversations happen regularly, and that risk, it flows down to the risk assessment process. So in answer to your second question, having how do you say, exposure with regards to FMCG and all, everything starts with good intentions, right? And actually, if we were to look at the impact of fast fashion and all, it has been very good for Asia, but it has reached a situation, I think, if you were to look at Hong Kong and you look in terms of Thailand, and if I remember way back when into India and Pakistan with regards to the football, you know, the first situation when it comes to exploitation, it's all a matter of governance, is all a matter of enforcement, right? Companies, when they started out, you know, the first one that started was actually the Adidas and the, I mean, sorry to name, let's say the sports manufacturers, the sports garment manufacturers, and, you know, they started with good intentions. The intent was good in the sense that, you know, you're trying to do community impact, or what we call now impact investing, community impact investing, in the sense that you are trying to raise the economic how do you say, the economic profile of these communities. But if it's not come, if the model does not come with enforcement, the model does not come with KPIs, as what we are talking about now, key performance indicators, it is doomed to exploitation as what we see now. So we are at a very unique situation, as Namit has said, and also with Joyce, where we are in a situation where we can improve with guidance, with appropriate guidance, with coalescence of what we want to do from corporations, from civil society, and from governments, to come up with an agreed standard to say, this is how we're going to move forward, and this is what we need to measure, and this is how we need to report with regards to transparency. That needs to be done now.
Okay. So in other words,
Sean,
yes, please.
Can I
please.
just quickly add, because this reverberates with what we have experienced in Thailand, because I looked into many reports being published this year for the first time of those 700 companies. What we found are several things. One, they lack substance. They simply describe the ESG risk profile. Two, it's not embedded. And this is most critical part of it. What is not embedded? We expect board members or board in general to actually set agenda for ESG, not just outsource report preparation to consultant. And we have seen this a lot. And secondly, and this is most important to me, setting KPIs on ESG is critical. Resource allocation is critical, because you can't simply say, oh, I'm on board Thailand Post, and we have a fleet of 40,000, of about 10,000 cars and trucks, and we use a lot of fuel. So we try to transform ourselves into clean energy. So I'm asking my own company, when is this going to happen? How much money is going to be used? So this kind of conversation must be within the board. to concretize ESG. Otherwise, it would be ESG washing. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, just a second, Oi Cheng. I see that Steve also wants to. I think Steve wants to respond to Dr. Suri.
Thanks, Sean. I just wanted to take 1 minute and clarify one point. My colleague and friend, Dr. Suri, alluded to a point in which he suggested that we might disagree. But I just want to be perfectly clear. I emphatically agree with the proposition that free trade and free trade agreements bring with them some significant trade-offs, and that these have to be managed and tackled head on. And we cannot and we should not wash our hands and just walk away. So I think on that point, I would emphatically agree with my colleague and friend, Dr. Suri. What I would caution against, however, would be including in free trade agreements a number of provisions which cannot be implemented, cannot be enforced, and/or are predicated upon a set of cultural values which might assume to be universal, but in reality are not. So that's what I'm cautioning about. But look, let's recognize free trade does in fact bring these trade-offs. We've made mistakes in the past in not recognizing those trade-offs and in not working hard to address those trade-offs. When I retire, I'm going to write a book, Confessions of a Former Trade Negotiator, in which I attempt to own up to some of these mistakes that we've made in the past. So we do recognize them, but we got to be careful in how we try to address them. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you for all of you for participating in a more dynamic panel discussion than is the norm. I would like to see at this time if there are questions from the audience. And I'm going to go to the center, left, and right. So I see one from the gentleman here, and please, we've heard a lot of statements at the forums, so we want questions at this juncture. So if you have a question, I'll take it. Otherwise, I have to cut you off. I'm very sorry. Second one here, again, questions only, please. And on this side, are there any questions? I see a question up here in front. Sir, you have the floor.
Well, welcome everyone. My name is Sao Onoparandhara. I am representing indigenous peoples of Mongdun Chunkham, Assam, Northeast India. I am came from a landlocked area, Northeast. It is joined with India with a second neck, is about 22 kilometers. Sir, it is very good to say that our national media is talking about only the negative news of Northeast, just like extremism, violence, but they never talk about that how human rights is violated in Northeast by applying Armed Forces Special Power Act 1958. Again, what is going on regarding torture by the national government, custodial death. Again, I want to say that our land is a landlocked area surrounded by neighboring foreign countries, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and China. And we have a historical link. It is called Steelway Road, which connects our Northeast India from Lidu to Kunming city of China. But though India is talking about globalization, open economy, but they always they fail to open this route because this route is a very vital force, our northeastern part, that we can connect our people, our economy, our culture, our tradition with the Southeast Asia. Again, our Northeast is very rich in natural resources like coal, it is oil, and the cultural heritage is flora and fauna, and the Scotland of the East is called Shillong is now in Northeast, and all we are very rich in cultural heritage. But if India talking about, you are talking about the globalization, and talking about the human rights with due diligence, FPIC, but it is not applied still in Assam. You are talking about the guiding principles of business and human rights. It was not still implemented in Assam. So,
and we need to do that. We need to be applying.
So I request the members to please visit our Northeast and talk and reveal our what is going in Northeast. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much for your statement. Again, we want a question. Do you have a question, ma'am? Is that a
statement and a question.
Okay,
just
please,
quickly.
And then who will the question be directed to?
To the speakers.
Which one?
All of them.
Okay.
It's on accountability mechanism, but
please
I would
continue.
just like to start off, the need for a human rights-based approach in business may be a matter of regulatory, additional paperwork, additional bureaucracy for businesses, but for communities, I'm with the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous peoples. I'm coming from the communities who are affected by development projects. For communities, this is a matter of life. This is a matter of survival. Now, the adoption of these regulatory frameworks or human rights-based frameworks is not because it wants to add burden, but the cost is greater, not only for companies, but for people and the environment. The proper implementation of this one is very important. As you see in the case of Northeast India, they've still been reporting violations. Now, there's a need at the regional and at the global level to also strengthen accountability mechanisms. We have access to remedy, but communities are very much wanting for an effective and an accessible grievance mechanism, whether it be at the regional level. It can happen that regional human rights mechanisms can respond to business cases. It can happen also that at the national level, human rights commissions can be mandated further to look at business violations. But we need beyond this human rights-based framework, we also need to develop stronger accountability mechanisms. And I would like to hear from the speakers what you also think, how accountability can be strengthened aside from a human rights-based approach, accountability in corporate processes. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. We're going to come back to it when we take the third question. But ma'am, before I give the floor to the next person, can you, your name again and what your organization you represent?
I'm Roby Halip. I'm with the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous peoples.
Welcome. Ma'am.
Yes, I'm Shusmita Anis, representing Bangladesh Employers Federation. I have a question for Ms. Joyce. You see, we are globally connected and there's a supply chain. We depend on the suppliers. So on one hand, after Rana Plaza and all this, Bangladesh has come up significantly in terms of RMG compliance. But what we see is, yes, going green, environmental, all these are in the tick box, but no supplier is willing to spend a single cent more for all the activities that we have taken, we've taken at a next level. But where is the accountability when you talk about we are all connected? So of course, everybody wants to make money, but in the process, everybody has to be accountable. So what can, in terms of the broader perspective, what can one do so that also the suppliers to some degree also hold the responsibility? You cannot just demand from a country, which is struggling to make everything, make the ends meet. I mean, this is just not a fair world. So what can be done in the global context so that they, to some degree, take that responsibility? Thank you.
Excellent questions. I'm going to ask my panelists to first volunteer to answer the first one, and then the second one as they choose. I look to my left here first. Is there a panelist who would like to respond? Joyce, please.
Thank you for the question specifically for me, and it gives me a chance to explain better how our organization works. May I have your name, please?
My name is Shusmita Anis, representing...
Yes, we met day one. Yeah, thank you. And I think we share the same position here. And the way Amfori set up was to avoid duplication of, say, auditing in the industry, not to overload the supply side, say, finger pointing, this is your responsibility only. Brand-driven, 99% of the time, they share, actually, the requirement is the same, is how to do it is we need to respect different country, different industry, different companies have different resources to do so. So first of all, to respond to you, how we work is we focus on continuous improvement. Accountability, now we have mushrooming of rules and regulations. Now somehow if anyone in the supply chain, be it buyers or say logistics service provider or even say production site, they share the responsibility legally. However, just confine those things to legal, to make it happen, it doesn't happen. So accountability start with share responsibility first. Who can do a better job in what area? Yeah. So in our model, And LIB's CI Business Social Compliance Initiative, our team, for example, we have local office, and we facilitate dialogue with stakeholders. We work with ILO in Dhaka, for example, to have launch a series of capacity building program free of charge for producers engaged by their buyers, so that they can learn more about, say, health and safety. Not necessarily just fall into a specific initiative, is for their own good. So I think building the capacity can make them can be more accountable when they have even evolution of different requirements from all sides. So I think from a business-driven initiative, we are happy that we can partner with different organizations. Our team will meet your organization. Our president will meet your organization soon. And I hope we can explore more because time is limited here. But I just want to articulate here, accountability starts with responsibility and sharing, not just say, but who can do a better job at what area? This is the matter of science, arts, and also has some cultural element blended into that. So we are happy that we can explore more in this area of the dialogue. I don't want to take too much time because other speakers may have responses.
Indeed, and I'm going to just look for one response. Dr. Sari, thank you.
Can I respond to the first question? We always live in a less than ideal world. We often talk in the UN system about encouraging state parties or member states to create national human rights institution. In ASEAN, there are 5 of them. What about the other 5 that has not set up a national human rights institution? Even if all of them have set up national human rights institution, which are independent according to Paris Principle, there will be a gap at the regional level because, ASEAN creates regional issues. And these regional issues cannot be handled effectively by any NHRI in a domestic level. So ASEAN has to take responsibility and look at its own regional negative impact that it has created from, Pillar 1 perspective, from its own free trade agreement. Now, our friend from Bangladesh, my response is, I have seen good examples here in Thailand where companies recognize that they need migrant workers. So they forego recruitment agency. They go directly to, for example, Cambodia. And we have seen good example of upskilling, reskilling workers inside the country. Even the Minister of Labor of Cambodia came to Thailand to visit that particular company because whole village is so impressed by the treatment of their people by this company that they would like to work for this company. So the company goes directly to Cambodia to set up reskilling, upskilling program of work. And this one of the good examples that we have seen in Thailand. Also, another fishery company, Can Tuna, also forego recruitment agency and goes directly to Myanmar to set up their own recruitment. That's another good example.
Yeah, I've heard of many of those kinds of examples popping up here and there as well. Businesses, large businesses going around recruitment agencies themselves. I'm afraid we're out of time. We're 5 minutes over, in fact, already. Allow me, if you'll forgive me, fellow panelists, to just wrap up with this very short comment. When I think about what we talked about today, less the subject of Asia and the future of globalization, and more about shifts in attitudes, towards trade, and whether trade should be strictly about the economics, fundamentals thereof, and more about values, including environmental protection and human rights values, and also about corporate purpose, and what is lost and what is gained by more regulations or less regulations, and also shifts in power dynamics between global north and global south, and whether it's actually going to make a difference without more. With that, I'd like to close this session and thank all of you for a very productive and fruitful conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our next session, Leveraging Human Rights-Based Approach to Infrastructure Development in Southeast Asia. We have a wonderful panel today going to share their expertise on the use of a human rights-based approach to development in Southeast Asia, looking at the various different infrastructure projects, what kind of challenges are related to these projects, and sharing some of their experiences on best practices and ways that we can move forward on the BHR agenda. So without further ado, I'd like to pass on the mic to Nang Won Lee, who is a grassroots community leader and local researcher from Myanmar. She's been working in the governance of river basins and working with activists and human rights defenders, looking at marginalized communities and how they can share their voices to influence in positive ways business and developments. Nang Won Lee, over to you.
Thank you, Robert, for the brief introductions. And first of all, I would like to thanks to the working group for inviting me to be part of this panelist. Yes, as Robert earlier introduced, I am Nang Won Lee from local activist as well as the local researcher currently based in Thailand, Chiang Mai. To address our guiding questions for this particular section, integrating human rights and environmental consideration is a fundamental, and it is a very good foundation for sustainable development with balanced social harmony, economic growth, and environmental sustainability through the practice of responsible business. So we don't need to negotiate with our future or next generations from being over exploitation of natural resources. But if we fail to comply the responsible edicts to business sector, especially infrastructure project, there will be a series of human rights violations and a number of challenges to continue hinder equitable distributions of benefits from infrastructure projects. As a long-term consequences impact, we will also encounter with global crises such as man-made disaster, natural disaster, and the climate change as a whole. Reflecting from my experience working with a grassroots leader and community member from Myoji Dam's area, I would like to share about Myoji Dam project. This project is rather small, very small, but it is a multi-purpose hydropower project. At the same time, also plans to provide water for the farmlands from the irrigations. This project is pretty small, and the capacity, the installed capacity is 15 megawatts, and also plans to provide 82,000 acres of farmlands from the irrigations. This project is based inside Shan State, but at the border of Shan State and the Mandalay division. Mandalay is the second biggest city in our country, in Myanmar. And physically, this project is based in Shan State, where a lot of minority group people are living, but the product or the electricity is planned to provide to the big city. Because of this dam project, this project was operated in 2016, and because of this dam project, 4 communities were forced to relocate it from their farmland and homeland. And the other 2 communities were they are caught behind of the dams because of the reservoir. With the reservoir filled up with water, and their roads were submerged under the reservoir, and since then they became divided from the other communities. And since they have no more road, they cannot access. Since then, they could not access to the basic needs such as basic health care, educations, communications. They can't even make a phone call, or they could not travel easily from their homes to another nearest city because of no roads from being damaged from the dam project. So in order to connect to the nearest town, it takes 5 to 7 hours with different modes of transportation, walking, passing a lot of river, and also taking the boats and another motorcycle to the closest town. So financially, they are not stable because they could not make any income at all since the dam project, because they could not export their agricultural product and garden, the fruits and vegetables from their gardens to other other townships. So that's why this community, these two community, they make efforts to build a road to connect to the nearest town. In 2018, the roads almost completed, but the government did not acknowledge their effort, also did not allow them to use these roads, because it has been accused that the road is in the forest area. That's why they cannot give the permission to use it. So this community are left behind and still isolated from the other community. So to see the clear picture of this project, if it is really benefit or not. So it's because it's failed to collaborate with responsible ethics. There's no equitable distribution plan and management. So that's why this benefit didn't go to the many people as much as they expected. To address the second questions about how the mechanism are being put in place in practically some mechanisms such as social impact assessment, health impact assessment, also environmental impact assessment, so corporate social responsibility, and free prior informed consent. So this becomes a requirement, part of the requirements in many countries in Southeast Asia. So this kind of mechanism have to be conducted, have to get approval before the project get to studied. So in theory, on the paper, it's look very good, but in practically, it is not really it is not good, because there are a lot of gaps and also lacking some investor or did not they are not they are lacking to comply those safeguards policy, the regulations. And in the nature of mega hydropower development project, it can pose a lot of risks and problems to the livelihood of people, to the wildlife, animal, fishes, ecosystem, biodiversity, and then the natural beauty. So that's why for the mega hydropower project or infrastructure project, it is very essential to have a very comprehensive environmental impact assessment, and the proper design, proper compensation plan, mitigation plan should be really carefully have this kind of set. And cost analysis also very important, not only talking about the physical costs like a hydropower project itself, or maybe transmission line costs. Beyond of this, we should also consider about social and environmental costs that could associate with this infrastructure project. So I would like to also share the one case study about Mương Tuần Dam project. This project has been proposed to be built for several decades. This is a very big, it's going to be the biggest in Southeast Asia if it is built. So this project will be located in Shan State, where I'm coming from, Shan State in Myanmar. So this, the capacity, the installed capacity is more than 7,000 megawatt. And joint cooperation between state-owned Thai company, state-owned in China and Myanmar. So 90% of the electricity will be sent or sold will be sold to the neighboring country. So I really have a big concerns about because this project is going to be built in the active earthquake prone zone. At the same time, more importantly, it is a very active ethnic armed groups. Like there are a lot of armed conflict are going on in that area. So it is very, very challenging, very critical to build the mega hydropower project, infrastructure project in a very rich area. And in yes. In 2016, the environmental impact assessment was conducted by the Dodge Party, the Australian EIA company, but it is they just conduct to just pass the regulations, but not really dipping into the human right approach or environmental consideration. According to my observation, my research along the Salawin River, and there was no meaningful participation from the people, the local people, the potential affected community were not targeted to participate in the consultation meeting. They did not get information related to the what is the pro and con of the project. So I would like to wrap up, just give me 1 more minute. So to wrap up that I'm really concerned about the Mung Ton Dam project. It is the international, kind of international cooperation, but the consultation meeting or the EIA did not properly conducted, especially in a war zone. And more importantly, even though in 2015 in Myanmar, environmental impact assessment law was approved, but the government do not have capacity to review the EIA report. At the same time, they do not have capacity to monitor the construction and phase of the when the construction is going on. My last point is now there's some remedy. The human rights and environment defender, they are playing a very important role to bridge the gaps that we have, and they raise awareness to the local community. They also amplify the voices of the community to the decision maker and to the policy maker, and hold the government and the stakeholder and the investor accountable for the activity that they are doing. So their life is very rich, but somehow it is very important to for the state to fully protect it and to support them have a secure life. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nang, and thanks for sharing the really insightful thoughts of the projects actually taking place and pointing out a number of different issues, particularly highlighting the climate crisis and the need for development, but how it impacts the future generations. Also, the fact of looking at how looking past the financial cost and also the human cost involved for communities. I think that sort of linkage we have with the environment really moves us on to our next speaker, Carlo Malalansan, I hope I said that correctly, who's a social activist from the Philippines, who's been working in the areas of development, environment, climate justice, and human rights. Carlo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I'm Carlo from the International Accountability Project, or IAP. IAP is an international human and environmental rights organization that works closely with communities, civil society groups, and social movements to change how development is being done today. Thank you for inviting us to speak and share about the experiences of our partners and the work that we do. For years, communities and the wider civil society have been advocating for human rights-based approach in development practice. We believe that if human rights principles are integrated in development process, marginalized groups, vulnerable sectors are taking part in the design of the project before the funding is decided. These projects should benefit the community and should be sensitive to the needs and context of impacted communities. In a situation where human rights are upheld, communities and civil society would have no difficulties in accessing information about a particular project that would affect them. If human rights due diligence is practiced, human and environmental rights defenders do not experience political persecution, while accountability mechanisms are accessible and functioning. If human rights are respected, governments, corporations, and even development finance institutions do not treat free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC, as a mere procedural measure. Rather, FPIC would be viewed as a right that is linked to indigenous peoples' rights to land, resources, and self-determination. However, we know very well the situation on the ground when it comes to infrastructure development projects in Southeast Asia. For instance, rural communities of peasants and indigenous peoples in Cambodia have suffered from massive displacement, land dispossession, loss of livelihood, and erosion of cultural identity brought about by the entry and operation of Lower Sesan and various large-scale plantations. In the Philippines, the Asian Development Bank has supported the construction of New Clark City, a multi-billion infrastructure project that displaced the Aitahungi people from their ancestral lands. Free, prior, and informed consent process and other community protocols are manipulated at the expense of the community to cater the development narratives and agenda of corporations, governments, and development banks. We have seen this happening across Southeast Asia. Human and environmental rights defenders are criminalized. We have a colleague here from Cambodia who faced judicial harassment because of her active involvement in the defense of their indigenous territories, their life and survival. Community organizers, activists, progressive groups, and even the entire communities are now being red tagged. And we know red tagging has proven to be dangerous because it has translated to physical harm, judicial harassment, and even killing. Now, the government are not just red tagging activists, they are now labeling activists as terrorists. They are doing this basically to malign our credibility and the work that we do to advance people's rights to lands and resources. And yet we have seen time and again that not only companies, governments, and development banks adequately assess and mitigate environmental and human rights risks. Despite existing policies that commit them to doing so, they fail to consult with communities and provide information. So recognizing the lack of the right to information for communities, IAP, the Center for International Environmental Law, and 9 other civil society groups in Latin America have created the tool for global outreach efforts and collaborations, the Early Warning System, or EWS. The EWS aims to shift who has access to data on development projects being proposed and supported by more than 15 major development banks or institutions operating globally and regionally. This is the first public, community-centered, and civil society-led initiative to attempt to bridge these gaps in transparency and accountability. So this is the EWS website that we have right now. On your left, on your left window, this is an example of what an EWS snapshot. The snapshot contains a summarized information of a particular project funded by development banks that we monitor. Of course, the EWS is not complete because, the database is not complete because not all banks are publishing project documents, and even the EWS does not capture other project documents available in banks' websites. But this is how it looks like. And we encourage actually civil society and communities to make use of the EWS data for their community-led advocacies and campaigns. You may reach out to me after this session because there is some administrative requirement to access the database. So this is the EWS project tableau that we have that shows summarized information of projects that we scrape from project documents. For example, this one is for period January of 2020 until December of 2021. In Southeast Asia alone, we monitored 540 projects with 51 billion US dollar investment amount. The project information is further categorized by bank and sector, so it can be easily digested by our partners and, of course, the communities that we try to reach out to. Yeah. Likewise, IAP, alongside activists and other partners, has also produced community action guide on what is development to help communities define their development priorities. We also have community action guide on community-led research to help start and strengthen community-led actions, especially when it comes to advocacies and campaigns. This guide contains tools, methodologies and strategies from different community organizers and activists worldwide. So aside from access to information and meaningful participation of affected communities, a human rights-centered approach to development also means that there is adequate and meaningful access to remedy where there has been any harm by a project. But there are many obstacles to remedy. First, it is often difficult for project-affected communities to monitor the financing and leverage points for accountability associated with the project. Communities have often tried domestic remedies such as court cases without justice. Similarly, it is difficult to hold overseas actors like companies, transnational corporations, and even development banks to account. Recognizing this accountability gap, the development banks, which finance most of the projects that we monitor, created an independent accountability mechanism. While they can be valuable tools, their mandates are limited and offer mixed results. From the perspective of grassroots communities, we need more organized communities who will be at the forefront of pushing for reforms. We know the power of collective actions in bringing substantive change. Communities must continue practicing and asserting their right to information and free, prior, and informed consent and other community protocols. If we want to improve access to remedy, we need to push for an enabling environment where CSO, human rights defenders, and communities could freely exercise their right to free speech, association, and assembly. It is good that we have a space right now where we can talk about the issues that we face in our community. But when we go back to our country, to our community, we will be dealing with surveillance, with intimidation, and other harassment. Connected to the enabling environment, we need to push the government to review and junk repressive policies and laws that prevent us, human rights defenders, from doing the work that we do. The government should stop weaponizing law against human and environmental rights defenders active in campaign and advocacy around infrastructure development projects. And yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Carla, for those wonderful insights. I think really focusing on the need for civil society indigenous peoples and human rights defenders' engagement with the projects going forward, and the need to see often sometimes critical voices to take into account when talking to large-scale projects. I think that really moves us on to our next speaker, Katia Karitsi, who's the Deputy Regional Representative of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and our focal point for business and human rights. She'll join us virtually. Katia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, though virtually, and to be part of this important discussion. As we know, and many speakers have mentioned in this and in previous sessions, infrastructure projects are often seen as a key plank towards unlocking economic growth, and many involve foreign direct investment. So uncoordinated approaches to macroeconomic management, including infrastructure projects in the region, can not only restrict policy space, but also result in an efficient use of resources, ultimately negatively impacting the enjoyment of rights by many, especially those more vulnerable. The International Human Rights Framework provides a set of minimum standards governing the quality and inclusiveness of services and helps to delineate the allocation of risk between infrastructure investors, states, and communities. So early attention to human rights risks in infrastructure projects can help to avoid social conflict and costly delays and improve project decision-making, design, and benefits. The Human Rights Framework provides guidelines as well as guardrails for infrastructure policy making, reducing the arbitrariness of decision making and strengthening incentives for better performance and more inclusive and sustainable development. So integrating human rights and environmental considerations into infrastructure projects allows an assessment of proposed aims and avails a mechanism for assessing risks to right holders, which is particularly important for project-affected people, such as local communities and workers. This is also a way to encourage transparency and corporate accountability of projects. Without such integration, environmental, livelihood, and social safeguards may not be sufficiently in place to protect against the abuse of human rights and the loss of livelihoods, which can directly affect the right to work and have impact on the rights to food, health, and education, just to name a few, and determine the destruction of the environment. This can pose risk to no one being left behind and widen the inequalities between different groups in the region. For example, those living in infrastructure project areas and those in other areas not earmarked for investment. It has been found often in the region that there have been trade-offs between securing finances for economic growth and achieving sustainable inclusive development that advances human rights. In particular, hydropower transport projects in several countries in the region have significantly accelerated economic inequalities between urban and rural areas. So what does a human rights-based approach to infrastructure development look like in practice? Depending on the local context, business and human rights frameworks can be an avenue to leverage political economy of natural resources to the benefit or realization of human rights, in particular economic, social, and cultural rights. This means that international standards or norms can be used to negotiate desired outcomes and risk mitigation approaches for projects with the economic, social, and cultural rights, but more broadly, human rights on a 360-degree implications, which can have positive outcomes. In particular, for any environmental and social impact assessment, the length or duration of impacts on affected population is very important to consider. One of the guiding questions for us today is how can right holder access remedy be improved in the infrastructure sector? And on this, we have already again heard a lot by the two previous speakers. But here it's essential to understand what barriers people in the region face when they try to access these remedies. These may be legal barriers where legal systems have not been adjusted to deal with complex corporate structures, which often also reach across borders. Sometimes concepts such as due diligence are not well understood or integrated into domestic law. And there is also general need to raise more awareness of this mechanism and how they should function. These are all barriers that can be gradually overcome through capacity development and institutional reforms. However, it is not enough to have formal, well-resourced grievance mechanisms to guarantee that rights are protected and fulfilled. This is because these mechanisms do not exist or operate in a vacuum, and they often reflect weaknesses that already exist from before and within the administration of justice and in private and public governance. So even the most well-designed grievance mechanisms cannot function effectively unless they rely on robust laws and institutions and a political environment that supports the rule of law and accountable governance. The effectiveness of remedies and redress mechanisms depends on political and economic power imbalances that often make it very hard for marginalized and vulnerable groups in the region to access justice. And the same groups also often struggle with financial, linguistic, and cultural barriers when they try to avail themselves of grievance mechanisms, be they judicial or non-judicial. So to be effective, this mechanism needs to be part of a broader effort to ensure that the various parts of the national accountability structure, especially the judiciary, can function as they should. And it is also important to recall that any meaningful grievance mechanism must provide effective remedies and redress for victims of abuse. These challenges are faced even more significantly by indigenous people in the region. Because of the long history of systematic discrimination and human rights violations in the name of development and infrastructure projects, the level of mistrust of communities with infrastructure sector actors is high. Therefore, there needs to be effort put in place by duty bearers, policymakers, business actors, as well as indigenous peoples' organizations to bridge that gap and foster an enabling environment to build and strengthen trust and genuine partnership by ensuring the participation of indigenous peoples, women, and youth in all decision-making processes of development. A better understanding is also required that indigenous peoples are not just stakeholders, but right holders, and they should be given central roles and responsibility in management and decision-making in infrastructure development taking place in territories across Southeast Asia. This is critical to upholding the rights of all persons belonging to disadvantaged and marginalized groups in the region, not only indigenous groups. Individuals and groups have a right to access information and participate in decisions that affect their lives and well-being. True and meaningful participation requires legal awareness and empowerment. And it also demands that people concerned can fully exercise the rights to freedom of expression, assembly, and association. Some of the most serious hurdles for people to claim their rights relate to their inability to access justice mechanisms and find effective remedies for their grievances, especially when marginalized communities are up against the interests of big corporations and their allies within the government structures. This is where the power imbalances in many Southeast Asian countries manifest themselves most starkly. The situation is further compounded by the prohibitive cost involved in challenging injustice in relation to land, housing, and environmental degradation. The high degree of intra-regional trade and investment in Southeast Asia gives rise to further complications when people try to challenge foreign companies that operate across national borders and sometimes in a jurisdictional gray zone. Fear of reprisal, aggression, intimidation, and criminalization of individuals or community members that seek to access remedy remains a critical concern in the region. International and regional financial institutions are an important source of funding for large-scale development initiatives, including infrastructure projects, the extraction of natural resources, forestry, and agriculture. And victims of human rights violations are increasingly demanding that these institutions review their loans to companies implicated in such abuses. As investments in infrastructure begin to increase after the pandemic, this could be an opportunity to encourage better human rights protection approaches. For instance, in 2021 only, East Asia and the Pacific received a total of $28.1 billion in investment across 89 projects, which makes it 196% increase from 2020. So supporting a human rights-based approach to infrastructure development and preventing business-related human rights abuses in Southeast Asia requires stronger and more rigorous human rights due diligence across the board, including using possibly as reference recent instruments such as the EU Directive on Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence. This recent directive aims to foster sustainable and responsible corporate behavior and to anchor human rights and environmental considerations in companies' operations and corporate governance. The new rules ought to ensure that businesses address the adverse impact of their actions, including in the value chains inside and outside Europe. The development, adoption, and implementation of national action plans in the region also provide an important avenue to support a human rights-based approach to infrastructure development by upholding the UN guiding principles. And lastly, an integrated approach to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda jointly with upholding the UN guiding principles in domestic legislation and policies is also critical. Our regional office is actively engaged with all our partners in the region to continue promoting a human rights-based approach to development infrastructure, and we really look forward to continue working with you all to pursue this common goal together. So I will stop here, and I look forward to the continuation of the discussion, and also happy to take questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katia, and thanks for highlighting really the way in which the human rights interlinkages between economic, social, cultural rights, civil and political rights, and the need for those to be incorporated at the very start of any infrastructure projects. Touched on a number of issues, particularly the discriminatory barriers that Indigenous people and vulnerable and marginalized communities face. And this has quite a link to our next speaker, who's going to talk about institutional reform and the ways in which this is needed to do work with all different stakeholders in order to achieve this. So she'll be joining us online, and she is joining us from Transparency International Australia, Anne Griffin, who is working on accountability and infrastructure projects, working on eliminating corporate risk for infrastructure projects. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And before I started, I would like to just, as is customary here in Australia, to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I'm speaking to you today, which is the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. And we do that here in Australia as a way of reminding ourselves that we are on stolen land, and to try and come to terms with the huge human rights abuses that have happened throughout our recent history here as well. I was given the role to provide a bit of a summary of what has been said today, and then also to then share with you a little bit about our work at Transparency International. So I just wanted to say, firstly, that it's really important to hear the accounts from Nangwan Lee and from Carlo Manalasam about the challenges that they face in their work, and the real human impacts of when human rights and environmental considerations are not adequately implemented in infrastructure projects, and also the challenges that human rights and environmental defenders face, and the harassment and the risk to their life and that they also face as well. And I think that really brings it to the forefront of our minds, that when we're working in this space and that when we're advocating to increase or strengthen ESG approaches and to call for better ESIAs and mitigation plans, that these examples that they've shared with us demonstrate the real human consequences, and that these corporatized mechanisms need to be meaningful and need to really ensure that people are the forefront of people's minds when we're talking about these issues with companies and governments and financiers as well. I think there's a lot that we have to be concerned about when it comes to human rights impacts of infrastructure projects. We've heard about forced relocations and people being cut off from their communities, the risks to people who are trying to stand up for people's rights as well. And I think also another big risk that we have with infrastructure is the effects of climate change. that we're witnessing in real time at the moment, as we're seeing more severe weather events happening more frequently, including right now devastating floods in Pakistan and droughts in other parts of the world, as well as really severe storms. So we need to be really aware of the type of infrastructure that we're building and where it's being built, and ensuring that we're accounting for these severe weather events and making sure that they can withstand these storms. I know that in Australia, where I am, in the northeast coast, we've suffered from extreme floods last summer, and it looks like it will happen again. So we're starting to have these discussions around whether or not people need to relocate or rebuild, because the costs of rebuilding, the financial, economic costs of rebuilding, as well as psychological costs of rebuilding, start to become quite huge. So these are challenging discussions that we're having to have in terms of climate change and infrastructure, but they need to happen as well. Alongside some of the challenges, I think there's a lot of opportunities, and Katia touched on some of them as well, about infrastructure being used as a mechanism to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, to ramp up spending post-COVID. And there's a huge need in our region, in the Asia Pacific region, for increased electrification, better water and sanitation, more telecommunications, access via roads and things to schools, to workplaces and to markets. And all of these things will help raise people out of poverty. There's a huge need for infrastructure globally, and it can help to address the Sustainable Development Goals, but it won't happen unless we ensure that human rights and environmental considerations are integrated into projects from the start. It's also really pleasing that throughout this discussion, we've been talking about that early stage of infrastructure projects when they're selected, that oftentimes that is a forgotten part of the discussion, but it's a really crucial part of the discussion. It was interesting for me to hear about the work that the International Accountability Project is doing on community action guides and early warning system, to really empower communities to insert themselves into the planning process for projects, and to insist that community needs and concerns and their priorities are taken into account. The process of empowering communities to do their own research and determine their own development priorities and respond to unwanted projects is really exciting, I think, and I'm really interested to look more into the work of the International Accountability Project to see how some of our work aligns, because we're also doing some work to empower communities to be able to insert themselves into that decision-making phase of infrastructure projects. So that leads me into talking a little bit about my work and that we're doing at Transparency International Australia on our accountability infrastructure project. And through this project, we've developed an infrastructure corruption risk assessment tool, which is, as I said, trying to empower communities to participate in the decision-making process and insist that their needs and priorities are taken into account, including mitigating measures as appropriate. Our tool is focused on corruption and highlighting the risk factors to corruption, but we know that where corruption happens, the results of this are often adverse human rights impacts and adverse environmental outcomes. So that's, for me, where the link is. So we have developed this tool. We're looking at the early stage of infrastructure projects because we know that infrastructure projects are highly corruption prone. There's a huge amount of money invested in it, and the flow-on effects over the life of a project, if corruption gets in at that stage, can lead to huge cost blowouts, inefficiencies, poor quality, or white elephant projects. And then as well, because as I've seen previously, most anti-corruption efforts are focused at the contracting stage or procurement stage or construction stage, and not at that earlier stage where the decisions are made, where I think we can have a really good impact. So we've developed this infrastructure corruption risk assessment tool that we have worked with a group of consultants from Engineers Against Poverty, which is linked to the Infrastructure Transparency Initiative called COST. And they've developed this tool that is intended to be adaptable across contexts and capacity. So we're going to be implementing this tool, and we've started work to do that in Indonesia and also in the Solomon Islands, which are very obviously different contexts. But as well as being adaptable across contexts, we wanted the tool to be rigorous and detailed enough to be meaningful. Where we've targeted for a civil society user to be able to gather this information and to assess how decisions have been made. But we also see it as being really useful for governments and businesses as well, for governments to assess their own decision-making processes and to see where they can improve weaknesses and highlight their strengths, and for businesses and for financiers to understand the risk better of investing in certain areas. Our tool assesses projects on 14 different project aspects. And the ones that are, I think, most relevant to the human rights and environmental impacts are purpose and need, the type and location of a project, the size and scope, whether or not it's fit for purpose. Is the timing right? Have they chosen the right project for the right time, or perhaps another one would be more useful at this moment in time? Who are the beneficiaries and what are the adverse impacts? And have they considered impact mitigation processes and mechanisms? And what is the cost and value? So the tool has a whole range of different guiding questions to help those civil society users to ask those questions, to delve into how that decision was made, and to really draw out where they could have done better. And through that process to call on better approaches and better community consultation that is real and meaningful to ensure that they really do meet the needs of the community. So the tool draws out or highlights where the corruption red flags are. And we're looking at where there might have been undue influence in the selection process. And we know that if there is that undue influence, where if projects are built or decided on terms that are not based on need, that the impacts on the community can be quite poor. So we're looking for things like a failure to present viable project alternatives, or manipulating designs to produce incomplete plans or inaccurate cost estimates. We're looking at manipulating environmental, social and impact assessments where impacts have been misrepresented to downplay the effects on the environment or communities. Another red flag is bypassing budget processes to avoid or impede external scrutiny. Avoiding disclosure of project plans under the guise of national security or commercial confidentiality, or postponing, fast-tracking and sidestepping, exempting regulatory clearances to favour specific interests. So all of these are red flags for where corruption can occur. I think this postponing and fast-tracking thing is one that we're seeing more and more frequently, particularly post-COVID, where we're seeing that there's an urgency to build and quickly, but in doing so, often they are bypassing those critical consultations with community and critical regulatory processes that do protect the environment and social outcomes. So in our work, we are working with, as I said, the Solomon Islands and Indonesia to implement this tool. And from our colleagues in the Solomon Islands, they've told us that the projects that are built under international and donor funds are really highly politicized. And because of this, oftentimes projects are selected for political purposes rather than purely based on need. And that can lead to poor quality infrastructure that's not fit for purpose. And there's also a huge issue around cost blowouts and unexplained costs. But questions around transparency and consultation and proper process are really key there as well. In Indonesia, we're taking a slightly different approach, where we're looking at a national strategic fast-tracking approach to infrastructure projects, where projects that are considered of national strategic importance are fast-tracked, and they can then bypass some of these regulatory processes, which we know are risks then for corruption, but then also for human rights and environmental impacts. So we're looking into how this happens, how a project gets selected, and who is making these decisions. So we're hoping that through these activities, we'll draw out some information on how decisions are made, how projects are selected, and that information will be used by communities to advocate for increased transparency, the adoption of better processes and decision-making that has human rights and environmental impacts at its forefront. And so that infrastructure projects can provide real benefit to communities, which should be the whole purpose of infrastructure projects itself. So thank you very much. I'm going to wrap up there.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thanks very much for summing up all the points of the participants and the panelists, and also for sharing the work of Transparency International and some of the toolkits you've developed. I think one thing that's really coming across from all the discussions and from the different panelists is the need for infrastructure, but the way in which it's done, is it done in a sustainable way, and does it protect human rights from the very start? Is it actually a project that's going to advance human rights, the protection and promotion of human rights? So we have a very small amount of time, 5 minutes or so, but I'd like to open the floor for any questions. People, please raise your hands if you would like to have a question. Go ahead.
Hi, I have a question to our friend from the Philippines. I would like to learn more about access to remedy that you know, for affected communities. So the problem is whether the problem is about the lack of an effective access to remedy, or is it something else? And I also would like you to elaborate a little bit more about the grievance mechanism of international development banks. Like, what are their limitations? And if you cannot get access to remedy from there, where would you go next? Because we have heard Professor Deva talking about the pressing point. So I just would like to know how you would identify the, you know, the pressing point to get remedy for affected communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one or two more questions before we move to the panelists. I think there was a hand over here first. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Laurent, the Secretariat Coordinator of Cambodia Indigenous People Alliance. So I want to just to add up to what the speaker have said about the how the government and also the companies not really implement the pre-prior or informed consent. To us, as the indigenous people, we are really affected. Most of the project, especially the medium and large scale mining project, move to increasingly remote area that really threaten to generate adverse impact on the land and natural resource to us. So the company and the government, they reject to implement the free, fair and informed consent as that is very the principle that really need to be implemented. Yeah. So actually, if we have a chance, or is any agency or NGO that can help us to talk to the company, we also want to tell them that they still can implement the pre-prior or informed consent. They no need to afraid of that. Yeah. But the government, they said this is the principle of national, that they don't want to implement it, and most of the company, they don't want also. But there is a case that we try our Jerai indigenous community who affected by the mining with the Angkor Resource Corp, previously known as the Angkor Gold Company. We come up with the negotiation, and the company, they agree to have the consultation with us, and then we come up with the agreement. That is a good point for us to apply the pre-prior or informed consent as the case that we can learn from that case for us. Yeah. So only the Canadian company that start to implement this principle for now for Cambodia. So maybe the question is that, do you have any NGO or maybe the UN that can be the channel for us to continue the negotiation like this between the IP and the company for the future? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I'll take one last question before we go to the person at the back.
Sir, I am from Assam, Northeast India. I am representing Thai home community as the Secretary General of Indigenous Peoples of Mongdon Sunkham. So in Northeastern region, it is not the corporate. The government of India itself violate the norms of FPIC and guiding principles of business and human rights and the business and human rights with due diligence. Because after so many protests from the indigenous peoples of Northeast, there is near about 170 big dams, which is under the NSPC. It's going on. Again, due to the oil leakage and the fire from our Government of India undertaking, institutions just like Oil India and ONGC, the indigenous people are suffers most. Again, there after so many decisions in the UN office.
Sorry, excuse me, just to stop you, sorry, we're running out of time, so please could you frame it as a question, please? That'd be useful, so I can answer.
Okay. So, what will be your decision in this meeting that we the Indians will get the justice from the UNDP regarding the violation of human rights in Northeast India and FPIC and the UN guiding principles on business and human rights?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll pass the first question that was over to you, Carl, and I think we'll move on from there. Thank you.
So to answer the first question, they actually, one of our partners tried to bring these issues at the local court because of some violations happening. There was no free, prior, and informed consent before the infrastructure project entered their community, so they tried that. However, it wasn't really successful. They demanded for compensation and compensation, but it was not properly given to them. The next step would be the one that we assisted the community is to trigger the accountability mechanism of the bank that provided finance to the project. Right now, it was first done through the dispute resolution, but the limitation is that in the dispute resolution process of the bank, we need to bring in stakeholders like governments, the banks, corporations, and the communities to sit together and talk about this and try to negotiate. However, in that negotiation, the government does not want to sit and discuss the issue. So that alone is not really that helpful for the community who was impacted by the project. So these are some of the limitations that we face, that we encountered once we deal with independent accountability mechanisms of development banks.
Thank you, Carla. I think, Nang, you would like to tackle the final last question we had.
Yes, thank you for all of your questions. As earlier in the morning, many speakers, as well as now, many people said that it is the voluntary measure doesn't work at all. So it is now to move to the compulsory measure. Yes, I totally agree that to transform, it is now to transform the guideline, law, or regulations into the action. It is very important that we have a free, prior, informed consents at this guideline, but some other company, some investor, they don't really practice in the ground. But now I think it is it is good that we have this kind of space to discuss, and we should really improve this regulation into actions. As many people said, that voluntary mechanism or voluntary measure doesn't work, so we have to really move on it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, there was a question relating to what avenues human rights mechanisms are available. So I'd like to pass that over to Katia for that final question.
Thank you, Robert. Of course, the engagement with international human rights mechanism is a key avenue to pursue. And from that perspective, our office is always very keen and ready to help strengthening that engagement, operating as a sort of enabling actor in the region. Of course, the issues that we have been discussing today are relevant to a number of UN special procedures, for instance, and there it's important to strategically think through and devise a strategy which would look at evolving them both bilaterally, but possibly also pursuing opportunities for having an engagement of more than one special procedure on specific cases at hand. But for sure, it is an extremely important avenue to pursue, and from a UN human rights framework perspective, a leading one. Thank you.
Thank you, Katia. I think finally, just to say, I think we've heard a lot of interesting points right now about the need for the right to development for infrastructure projects, but how are they actually produced and are they done in a sustainable way? Is it in collaboration with the right to a healthy and sustainable environment? Is it actually benefiting the populations that they serve? So I'd like to thank all the panelists for their inputs today. I really enjoyed hearing from everybody, and thank you very much. Thank you.
I know this is the end of the day, but there are a lot of backbenchers. Do you mind moving forward, please? The faster you move forward, the faster we can start the closing, and then the faster you can go home. So it's all in your interest.
All right. Give it a minute for everyone to settle back in. Believe it or not, this is the closing plenary you're actually attending. I know, it's very sad. This must have been the best time of your lives, I'm sure. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, by the way. All right. Okay. Well, again, welcome to the closing plenary. And it gives me great pleasure to be part of this panel. I think each of the panelists up here really don't need any further introduction. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it to them to introduce themselves very briefly, alongside their reflections of what some of the key highlights are from this forum, but also what we might do better as co-organizers. So without further ado, let me hand over to you, Lowell. Please go ahead. Yes, reflection as well as comments, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Lowell Chow. I'm the East Asia Senior Researcher for the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. So it's really privileged to see at this forum and to be given the opportunity to meet with governments, business people, and civil society about their efforts to tackle human rights issues related to business operations in the region. At our organization, part of my job is to read about human rights allegations from the region every day and publish them on our website. Despite all the small steps that we have taken so far in the region, I think it's really too little too late. The number of human rights allegations that we have recorded on our website is still increasing every day. And sitting in this room, I feel privileged to be listening to Indigenous people's representatives crying out for help and crying to have their cases heard by each of us. But I also can't help but think about the people that are not lucky enough to be sitting in this room to join us here today, or even have their voices being heard. I'm thinking about the millions of people living in Myanmar that are still affected by the coup. More than 11 million people in Asia region alone that are victims of forced labor, according to ILO's latest figures, and children who should be growing up healthily and happily with the right education, but being exploited or made to work in various ways. we still have a long way to go. Many guests at this forum have talked about voluntary measures as the solution to solve the problems that we have. But at the same time, we have heard loud and clear from the civil society, from the region, that we need so much more than voluntary measures like the NAP and also guidelines for businesses. We have heard from some businesses also that they are actually in favor of mandatory instruments. It gives business people a level playing field and certainty for their business operations. So it has been 10 years since more than 10 years since the UNGP have been adopted, and the process that we have made so far is very limited. So I hope that the next 10 years will be a decade for accelerated application of the UNGPs, coupled by mandatory measures so that the rights of the victims can be adequately protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Lowell. And I think you are extremely prescient in highlighting the fact that we are certainly in positions of privilege and that there are many others who have not had that privilege to be in the room today. And that does raise the bigger question of who actually gets to sit in the room and at the table. Over to you, Kaola, please, your reflections.
Thank you. My name is Paula Batul and I'm representing Federal Ministry of Human Rights, Government of Pakistan here. I would like to congratulate UNDP and all the other organizers for hosting this vital discussion on advancing human rights across all forms of business activity. I would also like to extend my appreciation to the government of Thailand for warmly welcoming all of us in Bangkok. Over the last 4 days, I have had the honor of listening to various stakeholders from around the region. What I have observed foremost this week is that all stakeholders, though they may advocate different approaches, agree on one shared goal, that is, business activity must place right holders at the center. This forum has also demonstrated to me that countries in Asia Pacific, and especially in South Asia, share many of the same human rights challenges. I have had the pleasure of having bilateral meetings with counterparts from Thailand and Nepal, and I have had many enlightening conversations with government, civil society, and private sector representatives from across the wider region. These discussions have demonstrated to me the powerful value of regional peer learning and exchanging best practices. In this context, and in terms of suggestions for future forum, I think it would be quite useful to have even more side events and closed room meetings so that government counterparts can freely show what isn't or hasn't worked in similar scenarios. This also gives us opportunity to directly engage with friends from across the border and beyond, which for various reasons has become quite infrequent. We are realistic about the challenges for the effective implementation of our NAP, which was launched almost exactly a year ago. And this forum was served as a timely reminder that developing the National Action Plan was just the first step in a long and very complex journey, and the importance and urgency of cooperation with all stakeholders is quite necessary. I have also been interested in discussions on human rights due diligence and how to translate it from theory to practice. In Pakistan, we have begun discussions with chambers of commerce, small and medium enterprises, Securities and Exchange Commission, and others to advocate for its importance. We are aware of regional and global developments, including in Europe, and we are committed to playing a leading role in South Asia. A key takeaway from the forum and an important learning for me has been to develop my understanding on how best to effectively engage key stakeholders for the implementation of human rights due diligence specific recommendations in our National Action Plan. Finally, I'm sure everyone is aware of the devastating impact of the recent floods in Pakistan. It is becoming increasingly apparent that it is the most vulnerable population who face the brunt of business-related human rights and environmental impacts. Therefore, I have also been pleased to learn about the efforts being taken by my stakeholders at this forum on environmental justice and its nexus with responsible business practices. I hope that during our next interaction, I will share tangible results on this from Pakistan. Again, on behalf of Government of Pakistan and Federal Ministry of Human Rights, I would like to extend my congratulations to the forum organizers. Pakistan will continue its efforts in advancing the United Nations guiding principles, and we hopefully one day soon will have the opportunity and the honor of hosting a forum of this nature in Pakistan. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Kaola. And thank you also for reaffirming the message that we must put rights holders at the center, and also that we need to see cooperation with all stakeholders. I also appreciate your comment on the environmental justice, and certainly that is one of the key pressing agenda items that we will need to consider looking into the next decade. All right, so onwards to you, Debbie. What are your thoughts and comments for us as co-organizers?
Thank you, Pichamon. I appreciate being here after an absence of several years. Um, I actually was the civil society speaker at the opening plenary of the first UN Forum on Business and Human Rights in Geneva nearly 10 years ago, so here we are. While I'm glad to see more inclusion of speakers who are women, indigenous people, and civil society, I think we do need to ensure there's also space for people with disabilities and children. CRPD and the CRC are the lowest common denominators in this region. Pretty much all the governments in this region have ratified those treaties. And CRC General Comment 16 is an important entry point because it was the first guidance issued by a treaty body on business and human rights. Despite 10 years of the UNGPs, as Lowell also noted, we've seen a disturbing rise in business-linked human rights violations, where human rights and environmental defenders have been murdered, sometimes by state forces, and subjected to judicial harassment, especially slap cases. Yesterday, there was a protest here in this room. While we appreciate their legitimately exercising their right to freedom of expression, we should recognize and listen to them as well. In that group were several grassroots community activists who were not much poorer than all of us here, facing slap cases. And at least one of them is the daughter of an environmental defender who was assassinated with impunity. So, as Lowell noted, these are some of the few people representing those who are absent and not in this space. And we do need to acknowledge that and listen to them and listen to who they represent. Not just listen, but actually engage in positive actions, not reprisals, to ensure that their rights are protected. The targeting, marginalization, and oppression of human rights and environmental defenders by business and states over natural resource exploitation and infrastructure development is on the rise all over this region. The threat will grow as corporations and governments race to gain back what they lost during the COVID pandemic. It's not a question of build back better. What we are facing is a disastrous possibility of build back worse. And we have to also take into account the growing impact of climate change, whether it's in Pakistan or in other parts of this region, which are incredibly climate vulnerable despite our very healthy GDP figures. The absence of conflict sensitivity in this space is also troubling. Next door in Burma, Myanmar, in the past 18 months, there have been 15,000 people arrested arbitrarily. There were 15,000 armed clashes and attacks on civilians, including artillery shelling and airstrikes against unarmed civilians. Our colleague, Vicky Bowman, former UK ambassador and head of the Myanmar Center for Responsible Business Conduct, is currently spending 1 year in notorious insane prison. So it is important to recall that we do need to heighten due diligence, human rights due diligence in these conflict situations, not to mention situations of armed conflict in places like West Papua, the Philippines, and other countries. We won't have time to name all of them, but that many of these localized armed conflicts are linked to military business interests. And we have not actually addressed that adequately. And the fact that there are a number of transnational corporations that actually are engaged in joint ventures in these military business interests. Now, the working group has consistently recommended a smart mix of voluntary and mandatory approaches, but the NAPs in this region fall far short of that. We cannot afford self-congratulation merely because we have a NAP when the substance does not comply with the guidelines and actually do not comprehensively operationalize. We cannot afford to have governments cherry pick what they put in the NAPs without the mandatory measures, without clear commitment to implementation and awareness raising. I have delivered more than 30 BHR workshops to grassroots communities in this region. It's ironic that affected communities seem to be more aware of the UNGPs than government departments or corporations. So yes, it's nice for all of us to meet, and it's great to see that some actors are working, doing good work, but it is a drop in the ocean if we are not willing to scale this up and ensure broader absorption by embracing mandatory regimes. If we don't have mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence, we are stuck. Not just civil society and states who end up paying the long-term cost of human rights and environmental degradation, human rights violations and environmental degradation, but also corporations who clearly know that a mandatory regime gives them certainty and a level playing field. The gap between what states and corporations perceive as their achievement is actually quite large compared with the reality on the ground suffered by marginalized communities. So I want to say that what we learned is that the human rights due diligence mandatory provisions are already being discussed and mooted in several countries in this region, while the legally binding instrument is being drafted in Geneva. We need to grow this into a multi-level intersectoral web of mutually reinforcing mandatory human rights protection mechanisms. I want to talk about just two words now: balance and complexity. Human rights protection is indeed complex, but so is tax law. Both are equally important, but not equally prioritized by governments or corporations. The imbalance of pursuit of profit by corporations, often with the connivance of governments for so many decades, is what got us into this mess. We're talking about social, environmental, economic mess. It's time to restore the balance, and that means putting people and profit first. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Debbie, and I really like that, putting people and profit first. There is a balance, and it indeed can be restored.
I'm sorry. People and planet first. I misspoke.
All right, I think I will keep with what I just said. Well, people, planet, and profit. I don't think there needs to be a trade-off, is there? I think we can do all of that because when people and planet profit, so do everyone else. All right, onwards to you, Namit. Please share your thoughts.
Thanks, Pichaman, and thanks and congratulations everybody who's involved with the forum. There was a lot to learn and learn from all participants and speakers. And it's really hard to say something smart after Debbie has spoken. So I'll try to still say something that sounds unique. And so I think what was already said, it was good to see participation from a lot of indigenous people, a lot of civil society organizations, especially from remote parts of the region. So which is quite unique, which is something that I did not see in the last forum a couple of years ago when I was here. But it was also very stark to hear their desperate cry for help, that what we are talking, the mechanisms that we are talking about are not creating any impact on ground. So it's important for all of us to go back, think, reflect, and see what we can do to respond to those questions. There were a lot of questions from the floor that remain unanswered. I know it's important for all of us. We don't have the answers right now. So we should try and find at least some answers so that in the next forum, when there are such questions, we are at least able to give them some hope and keep them engaged in this whole process. It was also important that the issues around migrant labor and informal labor was highlighted. A lot of the narrative on UN guiding principles is very much on the formal sector, on large corporations, which is quite different when it comes to the Asia region. We are dominated by small and medium enterprises, dominated by informal workers and the informal economy. So trying to look at what will work in that context is quite important without lowering the bar, without lowering the threshold. There was also this contradiction in terms of voluntary naps are absolutely ineffective, HRDD is the solution. I think it will be important to not look at either or, but look at what all tools are available, what mix of mandatory and voluntary is available. We should not be just focusing on mandatory human rights due diligence and spend the next 10 years to realize that that is also not effective. So use what all we have. We all have very limited resources and time. So it's important to look at what existing resources there are and how can we work with different stakeholders to make these work in whatever way possible. Also, for a lot of the human rights and environment defenders, what was absolutely clear is that the process itself is the punishment. Many times it takes decades to get at least some not even a complete remedy, but at least some sort of a response. And that's too long to continue that struggle and wait for justice. So looking at some of those mechanisms that can work in the interim to be able to support those defenders is going to be absolutely important. Forums like these are important platforms for engagement and dialogue with all sorts of stakeholders. We often go back and start working in our silos, in our echo chambers. These forums give us an opportunity to talk to people that we usually don't. And it's important that we continue maintaining that dialogue and using the value that a forum like this delivers. Access to remedy and justice continues to be a gap. So focusing on pillar 3 is a necessity. How do we start moving from commitments to actual justice and remedy? We need to find solutions. There were some examples, some projects that were discussed. It's important that we start engaging and taking them forward, taking to the communities and the people who get affected. It was mentioned that this is a decade of action, but I think it's also a decade of accountability, because without accountability, the action can be in various directions. So we need to be clear as a group, what do we want and who do we want to hold accountable and on what grounds and what are the expectations. So with that, I think I'll hand it back to you, Pichamun. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Namit. And I think you succeeded in matching Debbie's eloquence, but I very much appreciate how you really identified the importance of not lowering the bar, but also that we need accountability alongside action. So speaking on behalf of the co-organizers of this forum, I think it's fair to say that nothing gives us greater pleasure than seeing so many attendees and speakers actively engaging in the sessions, as well as chatting very dynamically on the sidelines of the forum as well. It's also energizing to see the interest and the active participation of stakeholders from states, from the private sector, as well as, of course, from civil society. And hopefully this will lead to even more constructive engagement later on. I myself have learned a variety of things having been part of this forum. I've learned that it takes a village, meaning that we need cooperation, we need multi-stakeholder efforts to push the business and human rights movement forward. From the conversations I've had, I've also had it impressed upon me that we must not focus just on collecting problems, but in fact spend more time in finding solutions. And as a member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, my value added is that I'm independent. For that reason, I think I am in the position to actually say that this forum has been very edifying. It is valuable to have more of these multi-stakeholder dialogues, and really to see everyone in this room today gives us so much hope, I think, for the future. So really, if I could ask everyone on the floor to join me in congratulating each and every UN agency and personnel who has been involved in pulling this forum together, and who will continue, I'm sure, to work together to do even more engaging and edifying forums into the future. If you wouldn't mind giving them a round of applause. And so on that note, let me hand over to Livio, who will share with us his final remarks.
Thank you, Pichamon. I think people have heard my voice already a lot during this forum. And in fact, the reflection offered by those that spoke before me were really very comprehensive and inspired. So I wouldn't, dare adding more reflections. I actually had in mind to do what you have already done, at least in part, Pichamon, which is really offer a vote of thanks to everyone, starting indeed with the participants, with all of you here, and indeed those online that we're kind of forgotten about. I mean, so excited about meeting in person, which I think was talking to people during the breaks was one of the greatest added value of this. We forgot that there are some people still sitting there online, being this forum hybrid, and in certain sessions there were hundreds of people listening in. So I really want to help them. I really want to thank them all. It takes a lot more patience, as we have all learned last year and the year before, because we all did a virtual forum. It's not easy to be just attending a forum in front of a screen. I want to be very thankful to them. Again, thankful to all those who are still here after 3 days, and we still have a room, if not completely full, close to it. Anyway, many people. So certainly thanking all the participants from civil society, from business, from the government. We have quite a few government officials as well, academia, trade unions, indeed international organizations. It's important to offer a gratitude also to our development partners. They were mentioned in some other occasions. It's important to mention them also at the end. This would not be possible if it wasn't for the support of the government of Sweden, of the EU, and indeed the government of Japan. Special gratitude to all the speakers that have prepared, that come here. Some of them have traveled from very distant and offered very inspired and very important input into our discussion. And again, ending, you have already mentioned the importance of all the UN agencies coming together, Pichamon, which is again another thing we are all very proud of. But behind those logos that you see there are names. There are names of people. There are names of people. And I'm glad to say this as a participant of this forum, not as an organizer. I mean, I am part of an organization that organizes the forum, UNDP, but I've been in this time mostly a participant. So as a participant that I've been this time, previous occasion I was an actual operation organizer. As a participant, I really want to be thankful to those individuals that I know worked very hard. These forums don't happen that easily. It really takes many sleepless nights and continue sorting out of hiccups and problems and those that people don't see but do happen. And I want to mention them by names because I want to stress also the gratitude to those individuals. So one is you, of course, Pichamon. You've been part of the operational committee of organizing this, not just giving us your ideas. Pichamon and Chriselle from the UN Working Group and Robert, Ida and Carla from UNICEF, Kathy and Emmy from UN Women, Ryan from UNESCAP, Freddie and June from ILO, Georgie from UN Environment, Katia Mromchat from Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, and Taisuke, Alexandra, Vissara and Pepi from IOM, Tisha, the UN Conference Center that gave us these wonderful premises, the camera crew, many people behind the scenes, and I hope you don't mind me. I leave as the last one, not because they are my colleagues, but because Kevin and Harpreet and being the main architects and coordinator of all of this. So I want to express a particular gratitude to them again as a participant and not as their colleague. So I hope we can give them another round of applause. Some of us will be from tomorrow or from Monday working, in fact, on the Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights in Africa, which will happen in Accra from 11th to 13th of October. If there is interest, I will invite you all to also join us virtually, if not in presence, again in October. So I'd like to end with that, and again with a big round of applause to all those, including again the participants themselves, that have made this forum possible.
I know I'm taking this stage, but I really do want to also thank Amy, who's been behind all of this. You know, Amy, who's been our comms lead, and she's really been. I know that my team has had lots of sleepless nights, and our PA Sarawat, who's. I mean, there is a lot of procurement that goes around, responsible procurement, and that does take time. So I do want to take this opportunity to also thank our PA Sarawat, who's done, and who's actually has COVID and still kept working. So really big thanks to him and Amy as well. And thank you. You guys were really, really great. It's a great team. And thank you all the co-organizers. Thanks.
Wonderful. I feel like this is a perfect moment for us to kind of turn to the floor and say what each and every person is thankful for. But I do understand that it has been a very long forum and that people may well be keen to go out, socialize more, discuss more, and to spend the rest of their time in Bangkok enjoying perhaps Thai food. But what I would really like to end on, in light of everything that has been said, is that really as a member of the working group again on business and human rights, I do sincerely hope that this forum will serve as a driver, a catalyst for a continued change for the better in the BHR space. I also hope that each and every one of you in this room today will continue working towards the day when we no longer need the UN guiding principles, because respect for human rights has become a part of every single thing that we all do. So on that note, thank you so much again for joining us for this forum. I wish you all a safe flight home if you are indeed traveling home, but otherwise I hope to see everyone again in the years to come.